Chapter 1270. So, this is the main reason why you knocked me out with your brain? It took about 3 days for Yun Nuoxing to wake up. It was 3 days in this dark space. The flow of time in this space was very different from that in the real world, so much so that it was a little scary. Otherwise, Yun Nuoxing would not have been so sleepy. It took him a lot of effort to wake up, but compared to the previous process, it was already very fast. He did not know how long he had been wandering in this godforsaken place before he fell into a state of chaos. After being knocked on the head by the angel, he recovered 3 days later. Yun Nuoxing still remembered the time when he lost consciousness. He was muddle-headed like a walking corpse in this dark space. When he woke up and heard the apologetic explanation from the little angel, Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not feel anything when he was hit by the angel's head. There was a red mark on his forehead, and he could not remember the pain he felt that day. Well, anyway, thank you for your brain. I'm finally alive. The little angel was pressing her forehead against his. When she heard what he said, she just nodded her chin casually. Then, she felt that something was not right and raised her head. Finally, what do you mean? Do you still remember what happened back then? Barely. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief, and his eyes seemed to have lost focus again. That long period of time, so long, now that I think about it, it might have felt like tens of millions of years. I'm not too sure either. My sense of time has always been a little slow, and most probably it gave me that feeling, that kind of aimless wandering that would never end, that would never usher in tomorrow, wandering and wandering. I sealed myself off without even knowing it. The little angel was silent for a while. She poked his forehead with her jade-like hand. Such a bad memory. You should get rid of it as soon as possible. Then, how did you wake up later? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Weren't you the one who woke me up with a headbutt? Have you forgotten? It turned its head away awkwardly. Ah ha ha ha. Of course, that was only half a joke. Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, in the end, you were the one who woke me up. It was probably because I finally saw someone else and realized that it was someone I knew, so I woke up much faster than I thought. Hey, you said I was an illusion or something. It rolled its eyes at him. Ha! After all, I've been wandering in this dark and hopeless place for so long. My remaining weak consciousness only has the greatest vigilance. I can't tell whether it's an illusion or something else, so I just treated it as an illusion. Yun Nuoxing smiled, helplessly. Then, her expression turned serious. Let's not talk about this first. How did you get in? This nightmare has extremely powerful restrictions. I've tried countless methods during this long period of time, but none of them worked. Your old buddy brought me in. It hesitated for a moment and told him what happened outside. I found that your soul had dimmed, so I went to call him. Then he made a dream-building palace and sent me in. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. He obviously knew about this method, and he only knew that there was only a 10-day time limit. However, when she thought that it risked using this method because of her, she did not want to use a tough tone. Why didn't I know that you also like to risk your life? We should have told you about the consequences of using this method. There's no other way. Looking at your state, I'm also worried. Instead of worrying blindly outside, it's better to come in and take a look. It could not help but laugh bitterly. Then it raised its head and gently knocked his head with its forehead. Isn't it all because of your influence? One is marked by the company one keeps. One is blackened by the company one keeps. One is crazy when one is near a star. Yin was completely right. Yun Nuoxing said, Can we not mention this? That's the truth. It's very important. After that, The two of them did not say anything. Yun Nuoxing closed her eyes slightly. Her pretty face was still a little pale. She curled up in the arms of the little angel with a pair of huge wings tightly wrapped around her. She did not feel that anything was wrong. It was as if the person in her arms was not the Empyrean god of origin, who controlled the life and death of countless worlds, but a frightened child who needed to be comforted. After waiting for a long time, Yun Nuoxing finally regained his senses. He took a deep breath and pulled the little angel to stand up. He said, "Let's go." You've rested well?" She pulled Hao Ren's hand and slightly tightened her grip. "There's still a lot of time. You don't have to rush. You can rest more. The flow of time outside is completely different from here. We should still have a lot of time." Yun Nuoxing shook her head. "It's time to move forward, and I've rested well. Don't worry." Hearing this, the little angel's expression changed slightly. She could not help but say, "Moving forward. Is this your deepest obsession? Even when you're in that state, you still choose to move forward." Yun Nuoxing's body trembled slightly. She raised her head and thought for a moment. After a while, she tilted her head and looked at the little angel with a helpless smile on her face. "After all, that's the only thing I can do in my life of dozens of eras. Moving forward, constantly moving forward. There's no problem in any way. As long as I keep moving forward, no matter where I end up, seeing Hao Ren's determined expression. The little angel did not say anything. After all, this was his answer, and it really matched his answer. "By the way, Hui said that you fell into this nightmare because you came into contact with the divine blood of the god of destruction. It thought of something important. Can you think of a way to get out?" So that's the reason." Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. "Actually, I've already guessed it, but I've never been completely sure. This dream more or less has the shadow of that battle in it. You came in later, so you didn't see a period of time earlier. This endless darkness is one of the dreams. The other dream is completely immersed in the battle, and the situation here is more dangerous. It's the dream of that battle that gave me this guess. As for getting out, I still can't think of a way out. Otherwise, I wouldn't be trapped here." After saying this, both of them laughed bitterly. He could not help but sigh. "We can only see if the owner of this dream is willing to let us out. It won't be that difficult, right?" When the little angel heard this answer, she was a little flustered. Being trapped here and unable to get out. She had heard Hui say that her consciousness might be trapped in Yun Nuoxing's mind forever and become a symbiotic consciousness. It did not seem too bad. "Well, don't worry. We should be able to find a way before 10 days in the real world. Your expression is a little strange." Yun Nuoxing saw that her expression had become a little strange. Her beautiful face was flushed red, and she looked like she was sick. Anyway, he was shocked. He shook his head and threw the confused thoughts out of his mind. Previously, if he was alone, no matter how depressed and lost he was, it would not be a problem. Now that there was an extra person beside him, he had to quickly bring her out before the time was up. At the same time, Yun Nuoxing pulled her hand and moved forward. "Let's go. Now is not the time to think so much. We have to quickly find a way out." After taking 2 steps, he stopped. The faint blue light that had been following him like a shadow had disappeared. He did not know when it started, but a golden sea of light had appeared around him. It was the sea of light that had disappeared a long time ago. He did not know why it had reappeared in front of him. Was this some kind of hint to him, or was it telling him something? Without a second thought, Hao Ren pulled the little angel and walked over. After all, he had already done this more than once. At most, he would just go back and fight again to relieve his tiredness. That was what he thought. But suddenly, the dark space around them seemed to have something more. It was gray and dark with a hint of gold. It looked like balls of bubbles. Yun Nuoshing looked curiously at the huge bubbles that were flying towards them. She widened her eyes. The golden color in the gloomy bubbles was actually a tangible and colorful scene that was constantly changing. Many people and other things appeared in the bubbles. They were vivid and lifelike, as if she was watching a memory fly past in front of her eyes. No, it was just like a memory. It seemed to be the memory of that Cammy, right? Yun Nuoshing shook her head and looked at the light balls of memories. It was not right to call them memories. Those were some impressions that she had left behind under that kind of situation. They were fragments of memories of this world, of that battle, and of her personal feelings. Basically, one could tell what the Cammy was thinking when she was in that kind of situation just by looking at the images in the light balls. Are these the Cammy's memories? But it's a little monotonous. She looked at the light balls that were flying in front of her. She could not help but reach out her hand to touch them. They were soft and bounced away. Not really, but it's fine to think of it this way. If memories are some kind of unstable brand left behind at a certain time in life, when the Cammy was injured, this part of the brand was sprinkled on me along with the god's blood. That's why we can see it. It's a kind of memory. It's just a fragment of a certain time. She nodded in understanding. She reached out her hand and accidentally touched a large ball of gray bubbles. She could not help but frown. It's so heavy, of course. At that time, it would be strange if there were any light and happy memories in that kind of situation. Yun Nuoshing sighed. At that time, she was facing a heavy siege. She was also leading the descent of the void turbulence. At that time, her state of mind had already been covered with a layer of gray. It was impossible for her to be relaxed. That was probably the reason why the light balls were gray. The little angel looked at the scene where gray and gold intersected. It looked like the gold was fading into gray. Everything in the world was slowly losing its color. She had seen so many scenes, and that was how she felt. If she had to describe it more clearly, it was like she could not help but turn her head and look at Yun Nuoshing, who had a serious expression on her face. She pursed her red lips tightly. It was like when she first came in and saw him. She had lost all hope and her color had faded into a dead gray. Had the great god of origin also lost all hope in that scene? She shook her head and quickened her pace to walk side by side with him. She slightly retracted one of her wings and half-hugged him from the other side. Where are we going? The bottom, the place where these memory fragments floated out from. The sea of mind, the bottom of the sea of memories. These memory fragments are very complete. There is no sign of them being broken or broken. Perhaps it has a slightly intact core. If it does, it will exist at the bottom of the sea of mind. If there is a theoretical exit, it is very likely that it exists there. Yun Nuoshing said, "How confident are you?" She felt a little relieved when she saw how confident he was. 0. Although I have seen these situations before, I can't guarantee that this situation applies to the god of origin. So 0. The little angel felt that the trust she had just handed over had fallen into a smelly ditch. Well, it was not that serious. She was just worried. She was worried that they would be trapped here forever. The uneasiness she felt when she came in had turned into a sense of expectation. Found it just when she was still feeling uneasy. A very dazzling light suddenly lit up in front of her eyes. It was a gray light. It was very dazzling, but in fact, it was as if the whole world had faded and lost all colors. In that scene, there was only black and white. In that scene, there was a person sitting there with her face buried between her knees. It felt as if the whole world that belonged to her had collapsed in an instant. Little by little, there was no hope left. The whole world was torn into pieces and used as soil. What was born from the soil was also broken despair, and fury built on everything. She wanted to tear this world apart because her world was destroyed. Therefore, she wanted the whole great Yuan realm to be buried with her. Yun Nuoxing could not help but sigh bitterly. She had succeeded. She had succeeded in making her crazy idea come true. The great samsara in the great primordial realm had been repeated several times. For the 8 primordial realms, it was a great samsara that occurred once every 20 eras. However, for the mortal world, the frequency of the void turbulence was extremely high. In the 3 primordial realms, it only took a few tens of billions of years, or at the latest, 100 billion years. Yun Nuoxing did not know how much of her anger this void turbulence carried, but he had a rough idea. It was enough to wash the great primordial realm countless times. Every time, it would take away 99% of the lives in the great primordial realm and destroy everything tangible and intangible. No life could withstand this kind of anger. At that moment of extreme fury, the idea of destroying everything indiscriminately caused the entire great primordial realm to be buried with her. Would she know that the void turbulence this time had been recorded by the void and was still happening? Yun Nuoxing's eyelids drooped slightly. He felt that he could understand her. At the moment of the last scene, their thoughts had almost overlapped. He could understand. He understood. And he did not feel that there was anything wrong with what she had done. If it were him, perhaps he would have done something even more extreme and brutal until the entire Yuan realm was engraved in that part of history. Little star, she looked so pitiful. The little angel tugged his hand, looking at the figure that was curled up in the corner as if it was about to be forgotten by the world. She could not help but say, even if the great Yuan realm is destroyed 10 times more, and the great Yuan realm suffers 10 times more pain, everything will not be salvaged. This great samsara that happens once every 20 epochs, at least she will feel more comfortable. Whether she will fall into a deeper abyss after that moment of comfort or something else, at least I don't think she did anything wrong. Wrong. So what? That is the judgment of us and other lives. What does it have to do with her? So capricious. She could not help but mutter. She pouted and said, "Capricious God. She has always been such a capricious person." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. Although they had never met and did not know much about the heavenly God, he felt that he could understand the heavenly God of destruction very well. There were many areas where their thoughts could resonate. Whether she is capricious or not, whether she is right or wrong, it doesn't matter. Until she feels that she has done something wrong, it is not wrong. As long as there is one person who agrees and resonates with her, it is not wrong. In any case, Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment and took a deep breath. In any case, the void is full of trash. I think it is not a bad idea to have a great samsara to clean it up regularly. Her body tilted and her wings almost cramped. Clean up trash. That was the great samsara, all right? Every 20 eras, it was a terrifying void activity that would destroy the void and destroy 99% of all lives in the Yuan realm. But he called it cleaning up trash. Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh when she saw the dumbfounded yet adorable face. She reached out with both hands and rubbed her face. She smiled and said, "So what if 99% of lives are destroyed? So what if all the worlds are destroyed? In the end, the realm of the gods will be preserved. Everything else has nothing to do with us. No matter how great a person is, no matter how glorious a world is, it has nothing to do with us. Even if it is not destroyed in the great samsara, It will be destroyed at some other time. Without any interaction, we will never feel anything. At most, we will feel a faint sympathy for each other because we are in the same predicament. What if you have a friend who died in the great samsara? Would you still be able to say that? She could not help but mutter. It has happened before, probably more than one or two, but it can't be helped. After all, the great samsara is an established fact in this void. I can't change it, and I can't change it. So, I just have to stop it. Look at the realm of the gods. It can withstand the impact of the great samsara. The little angel was speechless. She mumbled to herself for a long while before she hurriedly turned to look at the heavenly destruction god. Is she also an impression fragment? Probably. Since she appeared here, she should be. Yun Nuashing nodded, and the netherworld ruin sword appeared in her hand. She looked left and right, and in the end, she still felt that she was the only thing worth paying attention to in this dark space. This must be the bottom of the heart sea. How do we get out? Yun Nuashing waved the netherworld ruin sword in her hand and suddenly pointed it forward. It's very simple. We just have to shatter her. Little Angel used 3 seconds to confirm that she hadn't gone crazy, nor had she heard wrongly. She had indeed heard the 7 words very clearly. After confirming it, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Chapter 1271. She is the core of this memory fragment dimension, the main carrier of all the memory fragments. It is a trap, the most important existence. Breaking this core will only lead to 2 outcomes. 1, the core collapses, the dimension collapses, and this dimension will be fundamentally erased. It will become non-existent, and the nightmare will naturally disappear. The other outcome, well, this dimension will collapse in the form of a lock, and we will be in this dimension, and then there is no, and Yun Nuashing's calm words made the little angel's face turn even paler. That is why I said it is a trap, a half-trap. We cannot be sure how this nightmare will collapse in the end. As he spoke, he slowly walked up to the heavenly god of origin. His hand that was lifting the sword was trembling slightly. Perhaps he was still a little wary of that identity, or perhaps it was rare to know that there was someone in this world who was somewhat similar to him, or perhaps there were many ifs that he could not put into words. Anyway, he looked at the thin figure sitting on the ground, hugging her knees and burying her face in them as if her heart had died. A deathly gray color that was exactly the same as this world spread over her long hair and long robes. Looking at her, he could not bring himself to do it. The Netherruin sword in his hand kept changing its angle, and the tip of the sword was always pointed at the figure. Yun Nuashing felt a little depressed, and his breathing became heavier. He felt that he was in a somewhat nervous state, and as he stood there and thought about the upcoming scene, his consciousness became a little scattered. He took a deep breath, and with both hands gripping the Netherruin sword tightly, he charged forward with all his strength. All the illusions around them seemed to have become even dimmer. The little angel looked at this scene with a pale face and hurriedly ran over from afar. She wanted to stop Yun Nuashing, but she found that she could not open her mouth. She could only charge forward like an arrow. Even if this was just an illusion, she was still the heavenly god of destruction. If she was destroyed in this place, what would the consequences be? The flow of time slowed down a lot in an instant. Yun Nuashing could clearly see the Netherruin sword stabbing towards her bit by bit. The grayish-white scene seemed to have entered a kind of memory. He watched as the scene repeated itself, and saw that she also slowly raised her head. He could not see, so, of course, it was just a face with a contour. It felt familiar to him, but it was an illusion. That sense of familiarity came from himself, and it could even be anyone he knew. At this moment, the faces of everyone he knew could be placed on the person in front of him, so it was simply an illusion. Even so, he was still frightened and did not expect her to still be able to move. So what would she do next? She would probably be angry when she saw an ant-like person doing something to her illusion. Would she want to kill him? The next moment, the stagnant time and space flowed smoothly again, and the purple-black sword pierced through her body. She was just like a mortal who was casually pierced through. It did not feel real at all, and it did not feel like it had really pierced through anything. As he said, this was just an illusion. Poking the reflection of the moon on the lake with a sword would naturally not cause any real harm to the moon. She still maintained her posture of looking up, and her hanging bangs covered her face. Suddenly, she approached Yun Nuoshing with the giant sword. This action made his hair stand on end, and he heard a faint voice hovering in his ear. "Got you." Her illusion was like an illusion that fell to the ground. Suddenly, it shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. Even the pieces slowly disappeared into specks of light. As the core of the illusion collapsed, the dark world was blown away like a fallen leaf in a strong wind. A white light swept over like a flood. The little angel finally rushed in front of Yun Nuoshing. Seeing the white light like a tsunami and Yun Nuoshing's dull expression, she gritted her teeth and used her soul power to wrap around the guy who had screwed up at the critical moment. Both of them were swallowed by the white light together, and the rumbling sound that crushed their eardrums was like a real tsunami roaring past. The loud roar sounded like the sound of space collapsing. There was no strange feeling, and their consciousness could not see or feel anything. Only the rumbling of destruction that kept echoing in their ears was the only thing that their consciousness could hear during the process of returning. The two people did not know how long they had been circling around in the rumbling sound. Along the way, they saw some dark things. Those were probably the memory fragments of the god, who had not been completely destroyed. The lonely memories that drifted out with the space were gradually disappearing at this moment with the collapse of this space. Wow! The little angel let out a long breath and got up from the bed. Panting, the wings behind her kept flapping, as if she wanted to spit out all the shock that she had just experienced. The reality of the space in this world kept surging into her senses as she returned. The flow of the river, the rushing wind, the thick earth, space, time, and more were all absent in that nightmare. There was only a blank space, endless emptiness, and endless darkness. It was a nightmare. Well, you came back safe and sound. Although you were a few minutes late, you are indeed fine. Huey's faint laughter sounded beside her. The little angel was still in a daze and did not react. After a while, she became more awake and understood what he meant. She quickly looked to the side. It doesn't matter if it's Maple. He came back a few minutes earlier than you and is now waking up by the lake. As he spoke, Huey's face became gloomier. That was really dangerous. For 8.5 days, I thought you had failed. I planned to pull you back in one more day. That's not what you said at the beginning. She laughed bitterly. It's only been 8.5 days. I felt that a very long time had passed in that space, although I already felt that the time in that space was not quite the same as the space in this world. By the way, is he okay? When he came out in the end, she could not help but look outside. She turned around and rushed out of the bed. We looked at the open door. The little angel disappeared at the door like a ray of light. He was stunned. Hey, he's gone. Who am I supposed to talk to? Shaking his head helplessly, he propped himself up and stretched his body. Then, he casually picked up a reddish-black pearl from the bed and placed it on his palm. Looking through the reddish-black pearl, he looked at the space behind it. Everything had faded into a grayish-white color. But the memory fragment of the heavenly god of destruction, This thing should be fine since it's locked in the crystal pearl of the dream palace, right? Judging from how calm the energy is, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Probably. Hui looked at the little angel by the lakeside through the window and then looked at his partner, who seemed to have something on his mind. He could not help but shake his head and turn to walk away. Well, it seems that my partner has something to deal with. I'll leave him alone for now. Let's go check on the time descending formation. It's almost time. He pinched his fingers and counted something. His eyes were a little unfocused. Suddenly, he pressed his index finger so hard that it made a sound. He jumped up in pain. Ouch! Forget it. Forget it. It should be fine as long as Maple is here. That's right. Everything will be fine. He just felt that there were too many troublesome things recently, so he went to do a divination. He used the statue to see the future, but it was vague. He did not see it clearly, but just glanced at the direction. Perhaps what they were going to do was too exaggerated, and the direction of the future was a complete mess. 1 second, everything was fine, and the next second, it was like falling into an ice cave. Everything became very bad, and the future showed a better side in the farther future. Life and death are up to fate. Anyway, we've almost done what we should do, except for the goal of becoming a premier, which is impossible to achieve in the short term. Everything else is already splash. The cool water soaked into her clothes. Yun Nuashing opened her eyes and looked up at the sky across the water. It was blue and clear. Then what about the further places, the starry sky, the star region, the void, and the further places, deep in the void? Would those places be better? Nonsense. She knew it without thinking. He always felt that he had become strange. He actually took the initiative to think about these things. No, he was avoiding another more complicated thing. It was not easy to get rid of the dark illusion, but his mind kept thinking about that scene. That gray scene, the memory fragments, and that sentence, engraved in his mind like a curse, made him very concerned. No matter how much he thought about other things, he could not avoid this question. I've caught you, with a smile like a declaration after winning a game. Was that really the god of destruction? No, it should be her. In the memory of the Eye of the Ocean, she was such a capricious and casual person, like a child, like a traveler. This was her carefree side. Hidden deeper was another side, a side that was more twisted, deep, dark, and crazy. Like him, it was a side of her that had torn her heart into two extremes. Yes, it was because of this that he could understand her. That voice, it didn't seem like it. Even though the content of the two voices seemed to be the same person, the voices didn't seem like it. The voice that he had encountered before didn't have any distinctive features, but her voice could be recognized. He had heard it several times already, and he was sure that it was her voice. However, the former had no distinctive features, like a piece of white paper. Naturally, it could be colored to become her voice. It was impossible that the two were actually the same. Was she still alive? Was she still alive in this dark age? If he thought about it carefully, she seemed to have mentioned something in her diary. The existence of the dark age was her mistake. It was actually very easy to understand. She had used a void quake to bury countless lives and worlds with her, as if she had gone mad. Who would have thought that even 0.1% of lives had survived under that kind of destructive turbulence? They even planned to do something big in this era, and the entire Dayuan realm did not have the power to resist them. If she had not destroyed so many lives, the underworld would not have been so rampant. Yes, if he had to say it, this reason made sense. Did she feel regret? Did she think that she had done wrong? But did she have any other choice at that time? It seemed that she did not. Speaking of which, since she could leave a diary in the 61st era, That meant that she was actually still alive, right? Could it be that she was actually still alive in this dark age, but she was too injured to care about anything? Yun Nuashing frowned. His body floated up from the bottom of the water and floated toward the shore. While he was still thinking, he saw a small white hand in front of him. He looked up and saw that the little angel was looking at him curiously. She grabbed his hand and pulled him up from the water. She said, "What are you thinking about? You look so serious." "Ah, if it's another messy thing, you don't have to tell me." Yin Nuashing staggered and almost fell into the water again. "Why another?" "That's because you're always thinking about all sorts of random things." Yun Nuashing's forehead twitched. He opened his mouth and found that he had nothing to refute. He could not help but smile bitterly. "It's kind of messy things. It's just some problems that I think about in my spare time." Ah, it tilted its head to express its puzzlement. Yun Nuashing softly told it about the things in the illusion and the things that happened in the real world. "Maybe I'm a little oversensitive. I can't help but always combine these two things together. It's just an intuition without any basis. I'll look for you. I've caught you." It pinched its chin and murmured, "Indeed, it's easy to connect these two sentences just by saying these two sentences." It tilted its head and looked at him. It closed its eyes and pondered. It seemed that it had fallen into a deeper thought, and this time it might not be easy to break free from it. "Since you care so much," it suddenly spoke softly, interrupting his thoughts. When it saw him looking at it, it said, "Why don't we go and find her ourselves?" Find who?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. "The god of origin, the god of destruction. You care a lot, don't you? If she's really like what you've guessed, there's a 60% chance that she's still alive in this era. From the perspective of many years ago, your karma with her was established not long ago in the future. And you said that in the illusion that day, she did indeed see you 11 years later, but she saw that you were an even further future you. If this theory is true, then she can see you from any corner of this world in advance. By the way, you see, she summoned the void turbulence and destroyed the enemy, but she must have been seriously injured when she was caught in the center of the disaster phenomenon that she herself had caused. She might have been confused by the void turbulence and lost her mind. Yun Nuashing's expression suddenly became very strange. It blushed and immediately coughed dryly. "What are you looking at? It's all your fault." "Humph. Anyway, that's what it means. When you were unintentionally looking for that god, she might have been looking for you too," Yun Nuashing said. "That seems to make a little sense." "So irritating." In the next second, he scratched his ears and cheeks and roared. His roar slammed the lake in front of him into the cliff, causing the entire mountain to tremble and a large pile of rocks to fall down. "Well, it's normal to be irritated. Thinking back to the few years that I've known you, when have you not been irritated by something?" It smiled helplessly, shook its head, and said, "Let's leave these digressions for now. There aren't many chances for you to come in contact with her, so we can only talk about it the next time we have the chance. I was just saying that with our strength, if we really want to find the origin heavenly god, we might as well wait for her to come to us. If she really is looking for you, there will definitely be a day when we will meet." One day, Yun Nuashing muttered. Before his thoughts could extend, the little angel knocked on his head and said, "We wants to talk to you about something. It's very important. Now that you're awake, let's go." Oh, he froze for a moment and nodded. "It's probably about the resonance of the timeline. The future will become more chaotic, more unpredictable, and out of control. Anyway, I don't plan to deal with it. This way, there will be even less time to do other things." Seeing that he was talking to himself as he walked, the little angel shook its head in amusement and followed him. It seems that I've fooled him. He probably won't mention this matter again in a short period of time. But I'm not that easy to fool. It's just that I've moved on to more important things. I can only think about the more important and more troublesome matter at hand. Hey, girl, what are you waiting for? Let's go. We still need you to protect us when we're doing something. Yun Nuashing waved at it from not far away and urged it. The little angel smiled and let go of her hands behind her back. She trotted to his side and hooked his arm as they flew forward. I know. Chapter 1272. The chaos of nothingness ended, and a huge space filled with order was born. It encompassed the entire void and was as boundless as the land of nothingness. Order and chaos constantly collided at the border, and this eternal war suddenly stopped after a drastic change. From then on, the realms of order and non-order coexisted in harmony, and they no longer disturbed each other. However, that drastic change also divided the huge space of order into 8. Balance and order were divided into 8 different realms, and that was the great elemental realm that the world knew at this time. From legends to records, the first realm to give birth to life was the Yuan realm, which recovered its balance and order the fastest. The 8 Yuan realm was the latest, and the first to give birth to life was not a life of order, but a non-order life that could not evolve at all. It was a one-off life. Most of the non-order life that belonged to this category were of different sizes, or rather, they did not have any form of body. They were very chaotic, like life that was casually created by a child by pinching mud. They did not have much intelligence and did not have much value. Therefore, after the stable concept of life of order appeared, they were quickly eliminated by the void and could no longer exist in the void. In the entire Yuan realm, there were only a few non-order life that could successfully survive by following the flow of the void. This division excluded the oldest heavenly gods of origin. In fact, they were the first life that appeared in the Yuan realm. However, they did not belong to any side. They were not of order nor non-order. They were the most special existences that guarded the balance of the Yuan realm. Because they did not belong to any side, they naturally could not be biased towards any side. However, the number of non-order life was pitifully small. Therefore, it seemed that there was no need to differentiate whether they were biased or not. The first life forms of the great Yuan realm. Even in the previous era, the gods of origin were very mysterious existences. In the remaining records of the deity's realm, not many people from the deity's realm have seen them. Although the world was created by them, they did not receive any special treatment. They were mysterious and powerful and controlled powers that no other life form could understand. Well, that's probably what they were. After all, they were the guardians of the great Yuan realm. They knew more things than all the other life forms combined. Hui was checking and adjusting the time pillar charm to ensure that it could remain intact in the next movement. If something collapsed during the time axis resonance, or if some parts were missing, it would be troublesome. When it comes to such special existences, casually borrowing their power will definitely lead to disaster. After all, the existence of the origin great heavenly gods is the most mysterious thing in this world, but what we are about to do is different. The realm of the gods was personally created by them, and their power is still within it. In other words, this world is an extremely special carrier that carries the power of the origin great heavenly gods, and we are one of these 2 carriers. Ugh. Looking at his awkward expression, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but shake her head. They're just 2 poor maintenance workers. What's so hard about it? Huey's stubbornness was completely crushed by this sentence. His entire body turned gray, and he couldn't even muster the strength to speak. Although that's the truth, can't you just keep it to yourself? We are the guardian and observer of the God realm. We are the two strongest people in the 8 elements realm. Can you not make it sound so pathetic? We are just poor maintenance workers. How many years has it been? What's there to be embarrassed about? Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and yawned. She had been a maintenance worker for even longer. Well, it had been dozens of eras already. Hui scratched his head gloomily and sighed helplessly. Maintenance workers it is. It's not that bad anyway. The task of the second divine job is to ensure the safety of the divine realm. For this reason, we have a lot of things to do, even if it's just to ensure the existence of the divine realm itself. If we encounter something that we can't solve, we can borrow some tools from the master, right? Yun Nuashing glanced at him and was a little speechless. She didn't know how to respond to him, so she simply ignored him. She felt that his explanation was even worse than the maintenance worker's explanation. Fine, borrowing tools it is. Right now, they need to use the power of the origin great heavenly gods. So if they want to borrow it, isn't that just borrowing tools? He slapped his face. He felt that his thoughts were being pulled away recently. He thought that he had influenced Hui and the little angel, and now these two fellows were leading his thoughts astray. By the way, old friend. Hui stopped after checking a talisman and turned to look at him worriedly. Are you really okay? That nightmare. You may be the first person in history to walk out of the dream of the divine blood. By the way, I thought of this name 5 minutes ago. Are you sure your body is fine? Yun Nuashing looked up at the sky. Problem. It seems that he is not completely fine. He rolled up his right sleeve and used his heart to feel for a while. A golden red pattern appeared on his arm. It's not completely fine. Look, there's an extra mark on my arm. But other than that, I don't feel any other problems. Hui walked over worriedly, holding Yun Nuashing's arm and looking at it over and over again. He knew that there was a bigger piece of God's blood on Yun Nuashing's back. Yun Nuashing also looked at it carefully. It looked different from what he saw at the beginning. If the God's blood that was splashed on his body at that time was like splashing ink, this time the splashed ink was drawn into a painting. It was meticulously made, sacred, mysterious, and completely incomprehensible. There seemed to be bright energy flowing in the exquisite patterns, and it looked like the reflection of the sun. There is indeed a trace of the primordial God, exactly the same as the one in the core. Hui put down his arm and could not help but frown. It seems that it was not placed on your body by other means or some kind of trick. It is indeed what you got in that illusion. You suspect that there is something else? Yun Nuashing waved his hand. That's impossible. I got it at that time. Well, I can't rule out the possibility that someone else deliberately used something to create that illusion. I thought about it before, but after coming out of the nightmare, I think that the possibility is infinitely close to zero. Hui nodded. The dark clouds that surrounded his face did not dissipate for a long time. Since he thoroughly understood Yun Nuashing's duty as the observer and what he had done in those years, the frequency of his gloomy expression was countless times more than before. As a guy who was seen as a sunny guy in the hearts of most of the people in the realm of the gods, it was rare to see such a gloomy expression. Yun Nuashing shook his arm and looked at the pattern on his arm from different angles. He caught a glimpse of Huey's gloomy expression, and his mind moved, causing the pattern to darken again. He patted Huey's shoulder. All right, let's put my matter aside first. There are more important things at hand. Don't be distracted at this juncture. We heard him and looked up. He hesitated for a moment, sighed, and nodded. I know. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. The space beside the two flickered slightly. The little angel came out of the spatial rift, flapped his folded wings, and nodded to the two. The front line in the void is ready. If there is any unusual movement, Green and the others will know. The void where the realm of the gods is located is also under strict surveillance. The situation in the outside world is more or less at ease, right? Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing shook his head. We can't be at ease. The two forces with the power of divine destruction that we mentioned last time are still individuals. Since they have that kind of power, their knowledge in other aspects may not be much less than ours. The big movements that we have made in the void one after another are known to the entire upper plane and the middle plane. There may be people who recognize the timing, and there may also be people who can infer what we are going to do from these movements. Even if they don't completely know our purpose, they will definitely know that we have made a big move. Those who don't want to see any movements from the realm of the gods will definitely come out and cause trouble. The void is far more unsettled than we think. Even if all the order life forms in the upper and middle planes have the same goal, that's only the general goal. It's impossible for them to reach the same goal when it comes to smaller goals. No matter if they're mortal or not, those people have far too many considerations and concerns. As long as they have these concerns, it will cause deviations and abnormalities. I'm against telling others about the resonance of the timeline to prevent it from causing more deviations and abnormalities after it's made public. As long as the big goal is the same, I don't care about the rest. When the enemy comes knocking on our door, it will be enough. When they are hurt, it will be enough. As for the rest, I don't want anything else. It is enough to be able to do this. I am even worried that if there are too many things gathered together, it will cause trouble. We and the little angel listened to him muttering to himself. They looked at each other silently and sighed helplessly. Does this guy want to care or not care about what happens next? Can't he just give an honest answer and not be so arrogant? Hui sighed and shook his head. He spoke to the people of the celestial realm and the ancient royal family who were directly under their command through their souls. Something is going to happen. Everyone stay alert. From now on, the celestial realm will be on the highest alert. Before we come out, don't let any outsiders enter the celestial realm. For the next period of time, we probably won't have the time to care about the outside world. I Ching, I will leave the command to you. I Ching, who was sitting cross-legged in the void outside of the realm of the gods, collapsed due to his unstable state of mind. When he saw the envious, jealous, and hateful expressions of his companions around him, his face was a mess. Lord Hui, Lord Hui, I Ching is still too young. Although he has good potential, this is a serious matter. Why don't I? The Green Clan's Grand Monarch slapped I Ching's head and grinned. You are too impulsive. Moreover, the first 30 options in the plan list are all rush forward. It's not easy to wait for a different plan, but the result is don't be afraid. I Ching, calm down a little. You just need to assist him. Then the Green Clan's Grand Monarch looked away awkwardly and did not say anything. The others who heard it could not help but snigger secretly. His companions in the void, far away, slapped the table and laughed. Those who were guarding the celestial realm were holding back their laughter until the blood vessels on their faces were about to burst. I Ching also looked embarrassed. Looking at the senior in front of him, he did not know what to say, suddenly taking over the so-called command. He was also very nervous. He wanted to say something, but Huey's voice had been cut off. Only his own nervous heartbeat was left in his soul. That, Big Brother Ching, what should I do? I Ching nervously cast a pleading look at Ching Jun's forehead burst with blue veins. He took a deep breath and slowly walked up to I Ching, looking down at him condescendingly with an oppressive aura. The latter suddenly stopped talking and was so scared that his breathing stopped, but he was still very strong and looked at him in the eye. Qing Jun looked at him, stretched out his hand, and patted him on the shoulder. He said in a deep voice, "Boy, you have to remember that our every move and every word is related to the overall situation. Lord Hui and his friends are worried about this mess in the void every day. To put it bluntly, they are worried about us and the lives of many people they don't even know. You are still too young. But since Lord Hui has entrusted this heavy responsibility to you, he naturally has his reasons. Boy, listen to me carefully." Qing Jun's expression suddenly became a little dignified. He stared at I Ching and said in a deep voice, "If you can't bear such a heavy responsibility and fail to live up to Lord Huey's expectations, even if I have to be scolded or taught a lesson afterwards, I will beat you to death." "I understand." I Ching straightened his back, nodded solemnly, and bowed solemnly to the god realm. I Ching will not disappoint Lord Guardian's expectations. Boom! A roar suddenly came from the void. The violent vibration caused the entire dark space to be suffused with disordered colors. A dark yellow time barrier slowly emerged from the void. The chaotic flow of time seemed to want to break through the shackles of that fragile barrier. The power of time rapidly gathered in the void and vibrated continuously. It has begun. The movement in this part of the void had not yet spread to other places, but it was only a matter of time before it spread to other places. Qing Jun's expression was dignified. Not only him, but the other people in the god realm and the ancient royal family who received the news far away in the void also knew. I Ching looked at this scene and came back to his senses after a long time. He suddenly remembered what he had to do. He waved his hand and said sternly, "Array masters and curse masters, seal the void. No matter how small the effect is, try to delay the people in other parts of the void from sensing this movement as much as possible. Big Brother Qing, take some people and guard the points leading to the god realm. Also, the void front line." When the outside world became a little chaotic because of the movement of Yun Nuoshing and Hui, these two guys were sitting cross-legged on two nodes of the time descending array. Their expressions were dignified as they used their soul and spiritual power to guide something. The little angel was watching from the side. She nervously clenched her jade-like hands and took a few steps back. Her wings spread out to a width of 5 to 6 meters. Some golden runes floated out from her wings and imprinted themselves in the void. A huge amount of time power continuously poured out from the sea of time and poured into the golden pillars in front of Yun Nuoshing and Hui. All the runes and symbols engraved in this square floated up from the ground, and the pillars, following the movements of the two, they emitted an extremely bright golden light. The golden light condensed, as if a sun had descended in this place. The whole world was filled with golden light. This side has been stabilized. Yun Nuoshing controlled the chaotic power of time. Her hands made a net-like action and gathered it at the top of the pillar. Through the pillar, it was transmitted to the entire square. When will you start guiding that power? I can start now. Wait a moment. Hui took a deep breath. A divine rune appeared on his forehead. At this moment, his eyes became as bright as the sun. He stretched his hands into the space in front of him and slowly closed his eyes. However, his mind could not help but wander. Although what he said before seemed reasonable, and there seemed to be no problem, it seemed like it was said that he was borrowing a tool. However, whether he could borrow it or not was another matter. The supreme divine power of the origin god was deposited in the deepest part of the god realm. That was the place where his hands were touching at this moment. In his senses, he was constantly approaching a huge source of energy. The energy was so huge that it made his heart palpitate and made his mind chaotic. Once he was confused, he could not help but let his imagination run wild. He seemed to have found it smoothly, because he had found it many times. However, this time he had to guide it out. Even if he used the power of the guardian, it was not certain that it would work. Even if he succeeded in guiding it out, how could he use it even if Yun Nuoshing's soft voice was like a wisp of cool air from the north that blew into his soul. It stopped his wild thoughts at once. Hui was stunned and came back to his senses. He saw Yun Nuoshing staring at him from not far away. Her pair of black eyes contained a ray of light that filled him with confidence. It calmed his uneasy heart in an instant. I'm fine. I'm just a little nervous. Huey's dry laugh made Yun Nuoshing sigh softly. He was indeed nervous. Anyone would be nervous if this matter happened to them. It was good enough that he was nervous. As for the others, when they heard about what they were going to do, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Hui, don't worry. I'm here. Believe in yourself. Yun Nuoshing nodded at him and said softly. Hui grinned. Even if he couldn't believe in himself, he would believe in his partner. He nodded, and with a hint of nervousness that had calmed down, his hand that went deep into the space slowly approached the somewhat terrifying energy source. The power of the guardian flowed out from his body, and the energy's influence on him suddenly became much smaller. He took a deep breath and wandered around the area for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that Yun Nuoshing was still staring at him with that kind of encouraging gaze. He took a long breath. Then, without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the energy source. Boom! It was impossible to grab a ball of energy and leave. His action disturbed the origin-level energy that had settled here for countless years. This reaction was within his expectations. Even with his power, it was too much for him to touch the huge energy. The energy hit his palm, causing him to groan in pain. Before he lost feeling in his hands, he hurriedly threw them upwards. The origin energy that he had grabbed was like a primer that opened up a path. The huge amount of energy was suddenly pulled and rushed towards the shallow layer of the realm of the gods. Hui hurriedly pulled his hands out. His hands had already turned into charred charcoal after being hit by the extremely powerful energy and law energy. Old man, catch it! Yun Nuoshing was also stunned when he saw his hand, but at the moment he did not have the time to rush over to help him heal. In his senses, there was some kind of extremely powerful energy that was wrapped in a familiar energy and rushed to where they were. It was Hui who was using his spiritual force and soul force to guide that energy. Yun Nuoshing's hand seals changed, and the time-descending formation under his feet suddenly changed. In the rapid change of the patterns, it was like a closed door that blocked the energy. At this moment, it was like a black hole leading all the energy paths to those pillars. Hui groaned in pain. His remaining spiritual power was exhausted. However, he had already completed his guidance. Even if the energy lost the guidance of his spiritual power, it would still smoothly rush into the time-descending formation. Partner, next it's up to you. Oh no! Before he could finish his sentence, he felt that when the energy was about to rush into the time-descending formation, it suddenly lost its momentum. The wave actually showed signs of retreating. Yun Nuoshing and the other two were shocked. Without thinking, the latter stretched out his hands and caught the energy. Bang! An unimaginably huge amount of energy hit his arm. He tried to take over the unattended energy. However, when the energy landed on his hand, it was not as quiet as when it landed on Huey's hand. The energy was restless. It even went on a rampage with some irritation. This energy, Yun Nuoshing widened his eyes in shock. He used all his power as an observer to forcibly control the energy. However, the energy was obviously much stronger than him. It instantly broke through his control and rushed up his hand. An indescribable destructive force touched his body. He felt as if half of his body had disappeared in an instant. How can this energy be so huge? Yun Nuoxing's body cracked. His body could not withstand this energy. His eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and stubbornly tried to take back the control one more time. However, the tiny bit of energy he had touched had already brought the flood of energy from behind him. It was just a drop of energy, but it was enough to crack his god body. If it went straight into his body, he would die without a doubt. Even his divine soul would be annihilated under that torrent of energy. Foam. We saw his body collapse and part of his soul explode in an instant. He was so shocked that he used his shoulder to support his body and got up. Little Star, the little angel, also realized that something was wrong. The energy that was so huge that it seemed to be able to overturn the entire void suddenly lost its strength. It suddenly changed its path and rushed toward him. Her pretty face instantly turned pale. She quickly flapped her wings and rushed out. Before she could rush to his side, she was suddenly stunned. She stopped halfway and did not know what to do. Hui, who had struggled to get up, was also slightly stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. This Yun Nuoxing had already gritted his teeth and waited for the torrent of destruction to rush into his body and cause his soul to scatter. However, after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Even the energy that was running wild in his body stopped. He was very puzzled. After a while, he carefully opened his eyes. The skin and flesh of his right hand, which had entered the space where the energy was, were torn open. Blood was gushing out. At first glance, it looked as if he had rolled over a row of knives. Furthermore, it was the impact of the energy rules. This arm would probably not be able to move for some time. Oh, right. More importantly, a golden red pattern lit up on his arm. Its edges were like feathers and were very beautiful. He originally thought that it was just a mark or a pattern. However, at this moment, it released a wave of energy that calmed down the energy that he was guiding. That was the smell of the energy of the heavenly god of destruction. Chapter 1273. Within the golden red mark, there was an inexplicable energy aura. It was the appearance of that energy that caused the enormous energy that was smashing over like the entire void to become much quieter. Yun Nuoxing stared blankly at the golden red pattern and was a little stunned. This is her energy, heavenly destruction god, heavenly origin god. Her energy calmed down the disturbed origin energy. Yun Nuoxing stared blankly at his arm, which was still bleeding profusely. His arm was wrapped in golden red patterns, and it looked extremely sinister. He moved his arm, but didn't feel any pain. It seemed like it was a nomological injury. However, he could still move his arm, which meant that he didn't need to regrow it. The energy flowing into his body through his arm made him frown and close one of his eyes. This energy is too massive. Damn it! Listen to me. Hui was also stunned when he saw that Yun Nuoxing was fine. After a moment of daze, he hurriedly yelled, "Foam! Hurry up and inject that energy into the time pillar. Your body can't handle that energy." "I know, but this energy, it doesn't want to listen to my orders." Large amounts of sweat dripped down Yun Nuoxing's forehead. The energy slowly squeezed into his body through his arm. Although it had calmed down and was no longer destructive due to the heavenly destruction god's energy, he felt that the capacity of the heavenly origin god was large enough. However, in front of this energy, it was still extremely small. It was as if he was comparing a world of light to the entire void. At this rate, he was still going to be stuffed to death. He struggled with all his might to move his arm, but the energy seemed to have locked onto his arm, not allowing him to move at all. Unable to move his hand, He also had no way of guiding the energy into the time-descending formation. At the same time, he would also be stuffed to death by this profound, mysterious, and complex energy that was much, much more powerful than the power of God's destruction. That's right, this energy, every drop of energy, was so powerful that it made people's hearts tremble. But now was not the time to explore anything. He only knew that in a while he might not be able to escape the fate that he faced 2 or 3 minutes ago. Hui flew over from the side and hung on to Yun Nuoshing. He gritted his teeth and slammed his head into Yun Nuoshing's back. He imprinted the mark on his forehead on Yun Nuoshing's back. Hurry up! Use my energy. If the observer's power isn't enough, the guardian can. The special energy that had just entered his body made Yun Nuoshing startled. He was very familiar with this energy. After hearing Hui's words, he didn't hesitate. He grabbed the energy mark with his other hand and pressed it on his right hand. The shackle feeling of being locked on him suddenly disappeared. Yun Nuoshing was slightly shocked. He quickly pushed the energy mark in his hand and pulled it in his right hand. The huge source of energy suddenly withdrew from his body. Yun Nuoshing was sweating profusely as he took a few steps back. The light in this space dimmed a little. All the gathered power of time became less active, as if it had sensed something in advance. A moment later, the huge pillar in the center of the time-descending formation gradually lit up. All the energy had gathered in it, whether it was the power of time in the square or the source of energy. The mysterious, esoteric, and incomprehensible energy aura gushed out from the special pillar of time. The huge condensed energy was restlessly moving in it, but it was locked in this specific space by many runes and could not break free. A golden belt of light suddenly emerged out of thin air. It was like watching a sapling grow branches and leaves after a few decades, spreading upward. After spreading to a certain extent, the golden tree suddenly condensed into a golden beam of light, and then burst out into a huge golden ocean in all directions. It was really an ocean. It should be the Sea of Time. Huge waves could be seen rolling up and down the sea on both sides of the golden ocean. The pillar pierced into the ocean like a sea-stabilizing needle, allowing the Sea of Time to appear in the world. The Sea of Time. He looked at the undulating golden ocean and could not help but murmur. A moment later, he saw Yun Nuoshing and Hui lying on the ground. He quickly flew over to help Yun Nuoshing up. "Are you still alive?" "I'm all right." Yun Nuoshing grinned and lay in its arms while trembling. He suddenly coughed out a large mouthful of blood and felt an intense pain coming from his body, as if he was being pricked by needles. "You're still okay?" He frowned. He put his hand on Hao Ren's arm and checked it. His face changed dramatically. This energy, Yun Nuoshing knew what he saw. He could not help but shake his head with a wry smile. Before he could say anything, Hui, who had stood up, seemed to understand. His face also changed. "Partner, is the source of energy remaining in your body? Just a little compared to that." Yun Nuoshing gasped for breath and waved his hand as if he wanted the two people to rest assured. He stood up and barely managed to stand. He grinned at the little angel and the others who looked serious. "Don't worry, I won't die. Compared to worrying about me, this is just the first step. It's not really over yet." Hearing that, he could not help but smile bitterly. Aren't you going to try running this thing first? You came up without any preparation. We don't have so much time for a trial run." Hui clenched the bandage with his teeth and wrapped it around his hands. It was a bandage engraved with sacred runes. It would allow him to struggle and use his severely injured hands for a while. As Yun Nuoshing said, now was not the time to rest. It was not done yet. "No problem. I can still hold on for a while." "Hee hee, I expected that there would be an accident." After all, it's such a big thing. The trial run would also cause a huge movement in the void, and some people would notice it. The risk of being sabotaged again is not small. So one time is enough, Maple, and I have already prepared for it. Now, it's still within an acceptable range. Within an acceptable range. He could not help but smile bitterly. He watched as Yun Nuoshing walked out of the node of the magic circle and approached the huge pillar of time. He had just recovered, but his back was covered with fatigue again. He only felt a little sorry for him. This guy, always pushing himself so hard. Yun Nuoshing walked out for 10 meters and stopped. We followed closely beside him. The two of them formed hand seals together and changed quickly. A roar came from the brilliant sea of time, rolling up huge waves that were thousands of feet wide. The aura of time pressed down from above. The little angel looked at the golden light that was pressing down from the sky and hurriedly covered his vision. There was something in the monstrous golden light. In the boiling sea of time, there seemed to be something that was about to descend. The shaking of the sea of time continued for a while. Suddenly, a golden pillar of light that was about a foot thick pierced out of the sea of time like a long spear. It fell like raindrops and pierced deeply into the ground. The two of them pierced through the time, descending array. The golden chains that were connected to the pillars of time were also cut off amidst the sounds of explosions. Yun Nuoshing and Hui turned a deaf ear to it and allowed those long spears to pierce the ground. The little angel was shocked and quickly retreated to the side of the two of them. It seemed to be safer there. When the densely packed long spears of time fell to the ground, Yun Nuoshing suddenly stopped. Ren Hui maintained the magic circle. He quietly closed his eyes and lowered his right hand. His 5 fingers were constantly twisting, as if he was reaching his hand into the water to find something that was difficult to reach. His movements were also as light as if he was washing a piece of silk. Seeing this, the little angel was puzzled. It did not know what he was doing, but it was not good to ask. Caught it. A few minutes later, Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes wide. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion. Then he suddenly threw it behind him. The little angel stared at his movements closely. He really seemed to be grabbing something in his hand. It was faintly discernible, like a transparent ribbon. It was not an illusion. There was really something that was constantly appearing and appearing in this space. Before Yun Nuoshing stopped his actions, the palm that he was grabbing something and lit up. A bright silk thread appeared from his palm and kept appearing towards both ends. It became brighter and spread further. It was more like that thing had always existed in that place. At this moment, it was just appearing with Yun Nuoshing's movements. Moreover, with the appearance of the bright white silk thread, many golden silk threads appeared in the surrounding space. They did not know where the source was, nor did they know where the final destination was. They shuttled back and forth between the pillars and the long spears from all directions. Those silk threads were not straight and orderly. They would twist and knot just like ordinary ropes. The little angel looked at the winding silk threads and was a little stunned. It was as if it had barged into a cave of spider silk. It was surrounded by dense spider silk. It did not know where it was connected to or who made it. At a certain moment, it understood something. It looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others. Could this be every day's timeline? No, every timeline's world. Does it represent or symbolize something? Yun Nuoshing smiled. The second answer is correct. Every line that you see is a timeline's world. It's under the same void. There are other timelines, worlds that appear due to time differences. But the range is not infinite. Right now, there are only 19,876 different timelines, worlds that appear here. close to 20,000. I think it's already a lot. If they all gather in the same void, even this void will become very crowded. That is the situation that you have predicted, right? It shook its head helplessly. Its golden eyes kept sweeping around. There was a flash of doubt in its eyes. Yun Nuoxing looked at it and guessed its thoughts. She smiled and pointed at the brightest line in front of them. The origin world, the 0-point timeline is this. Oh, the brightest one. It looked at the bright line and said, oh, that bright line was the straightest among all the timeline's worlds. It appeared from afar, swept across in front of them, and then spread further. The silver-white light shone with a bright halo, and the other crooked golden lines surrounded the silver-white line like stars surrounding the moon. Even if the place of origin was very far away, they would still circle around the silver-white line and twist to other places, even if the place was very far away. It was an obvious position, as expected of the origin world. What if it's added? It looked at the two. These timeline's worlds were just placed in front of it so casually. Perhaps it was a symbol, or perhaps it was something else. It did not know what to do with the timeline's resonance. Yun Nuoxing and Hui gestured at the line. Just as they were about to speak, a hurried voice came from their souls, causing their expressions to change dramatically. Lord Guardian, the Void frontline is under attack. The people at the front line are resisting. Among the invaders are those whom you were very concerned about. Lord Hui, as you thought, someone has broken into the void where the celestial realm is located. Come and hit me. There's no problem here. We can still hold on for a long time. We're just here to report. Lord Hui, don't be nervous. That kid knows battle tactics. Leave this to us. Damn it. It's that power. Let's not talk about it for now. Hui and Yun Nuoxing looked at each other, a solemn look flashing across their eyes. It came over curiously, and after listening to the two, its expression changed slightly. It seemed that it was just as it had imagined. The commotion was too big, and it attracted the attention of others. Moreover, they were brazenly attacking the Void frontline, and at the same time attacking the celestial realm. A little interesting. If you can catch one, catch one. If you can't, kill without mercy. Also, be careful of that power. It's not as easy to deal with as you think. Hui replied sternly, then looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, there's not much time left. While I Ching and the others are still holding on, we have to deal with it quickly. There's no need to rush. Yun Nuoxing looked at him, shook its head, and looked at the huge ball of string, then looked at the time pillars in all directions, and frowned. It's not the best time yet. If you act rashly and fail, you know the consequences. Hui gritted his teeth. Of course, he knew, which was why he was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Yun Nuoxing patted him on the shoulder, bringing Hui back to his senses. Just trust them. This matter can't be rushed. Isn't I Ching the kid you think highly of? Trust him. Trust that they can deal with those things well. As for us, we have to deal with this all-or-nothing big event. Being anxious will only ruin all our efforts. Right now, there may not be a second chance. Huey's hands trembled slightly. Yun Nuoxing's serious gaze calmed his nervous heart, and he took a deep breath and nodded. Okay, Yun Nuoxing patted him on the shoulder, then walked towards one end of the huge circle of strings. After Hui came back to his senses, he walked towards the other end, stopped at a place where all the strings were beginning to gather, and then sat down cross-legged. The little angel looked at the two of them, then took a few steps back and turned its back. Golden flames gathered along its arm and condensed into a golden long sword in front of it. Its vigilant eyes constantly swept across the space. This was the last step. It would not allow anyone to come and destroy it. If someone really managed to break through the defenses of the realm of the gods, It would be the final barrier. Perhaps there was still another defense. Don't look at how Yun Nuo planet was completely focused on guiding something. If there really was an emergency, that guy would definitely explode and cause trouble. It's done. It was just about to set up some protective charms at the side when it heard Huey's excited cry. It staggered, and the angelic sacred sword in its hand almost flew out. It turned around with a confused and blank look on its face. What does done mean? It's only been 2 or 3 minutes, and it's done? When it turned around, it saw Yun Nuoshing and Hui changing their hand seals. They opened their hands, and 2 blue gold rings from the 2 ends of the time axis shrank towards the middle. After a while, they touched in the middle, and that place was the closest to the origin world of all the time axis worlds. There were countless intersections on that plane. The 2 of them shouted softly, and Yun Nuoshing's palms clenched tightly. The 2 rings suddenly shrank, and on that plane, all the time axis worlds were squeezed towards the silver-white string. When they were about to enter, the 2 rings trembled and stopped, as if they had encountered a strong resistance. They stubbornly stuck there and refused to shrink. The time axis worlds that had been forcibly moved seemed to want to rebound back to their original positions, but they were all restrained by the rings. Under the confrontation of the 2 forces, even the golden strings in other places that were not locked by the rings began to change. Nearly 20,000 golden strings began to weakly sway and dance wildly, but this resistance made them get closer and closer to the silver-white string. All right, stop resisting. Go in, you. Hui waved his hand, and a surge of origin energy gushed out from the time pillar and fell into the 2 rings. In an instant, the resisting force lost its resistance and was squeezed into the origin world by the 2 rings. Boom, boom. A frenzied battle was taking place in the void. Both sides were warriors who were armed to the teeth, and the energy shockwaves that filled the sky dyed the pure black land of the void into a world of colors. The grand monarch of the Green Clan was leading his men in a frenzied charge. He had already fought against the enemies that emerged from the void several times, but this time, something unexpected happened. This time, a leader-like figure had appeared on the battlefield. This figure had extremely high spiritual intelligence and was a normal Empyrean god of origin, not a mobile bomb that only had strength and no defense. More importantly, he could talk, although the Empyrean god of origin only said the word kill at the beginning of the battle and did not say anything else. This also meant that the Empyrean god of origin was someone who could talk. He had to capture one of them and bring him back. He had plenty of ways to pry open his mouth. Energy rumbled, blood dripped, and the darkness of the void was almost invisible. Only the eyes of countless Empyrean gods and Empyrean gods of origin were blood red, and they were spraying blood and energy on the faces of their enemies. There were enemies in all directions, and energy rumbled everywhere. I Ching roared in his soul as he commanded this battle. Even if it was a battle between Empyrean gods of origin, it was not a battle that could be ended with just random attacks. That was a unique tactic that only Lord Hui and his friends could use. Green's eyes widened. He killed an enemy with a single palm strike, and he still had to fight against the leader-like figure. He had many wounds on his body, but the opponent could not defeat him for the time being, if he did not want to capture the leader. He had plenty of ways to grind the man in front of him into ashes. Green thunder roll. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and green lightning surged out of the void, bringing the collapsed void to gather in his palm. Just as he was about to strike out with his palm, a strange rumbling sound suddenly came from the void, resounding through the universe, like glass shattering. No, it was the sound of a drum mixed with the sound of a drum shattering glass. At the same time, a part of the void suddenly collapsed, startling him. He was only halfway through the activation of the vast sea of green lightning. And when did this move become so powerful, shattering the void before it even started to release its power? Bang, bang. The rumble of the void shattering attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield, not only in this part of the void, but also in the front line of the void. All the lives that were fighting desperately just a second ago stopped in an instant. Countless people raised their heads and looked at the violent tremors in the void. It was as if reality and illusion were constantly switching, overlapping and separating constantly. Oh, your stupid actions will destroy you and this world. The man who seemed to be the leader sneered in a low voice, as if he knew that his purpose today could not be achieved. He turned around and waved his hand, about to retreat with the vast army. Qing Jun's eyes flashed with coldness, and the plundered energy in his palm was about to gush out. However, I Ching's voice sounded in his mind, preventing everyone from attacking and pursuing, making him smack his lips in displeasure. He could only watch the enemy quickly withdraw from the battlefield. When the phantoms came into contact with reality, the tremors became stronger and stronger. There seemed to be countless overlapping shadows appearing in front of their eyes. They could see countless world lights emerging and disappearing, constantly flickering, as if there was a big earthquake in the void. Everyone standing in the void felt dizzy. In a blur, they seemed to see a big hole open in the golden time barrier, and countless things poured down. It started, and it's almost over. The whole process takes a little bit of time, but when it's finally completed, it only takes a moment. Kui watched as the wildly dancing world of the timeline continued to calm down, and then fell toward the silver-white silk thread, and finally merged into it. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The future. At least now, we can talk about the future. Yun Nuoshing accelerated to guide the last world of the timeline into the silver-white silk thread. Only then did she wipe away her sweat and breathe a sigh of relief. It's done. Boom. The whole void trembled violently, as if all the power of the earthquake had been concentrated in this last second and erupted, causing the people in the void to be thrown off their feet and stagger. When they stabilized their bodies, they quickly raised their heads and saw that the originally lonely void seemed to have suddenly bloomed with silver flowers and fiery trees. Countless world lights emitting a white brilliance appeared in front of their eyes. Following the rules of the void, they were constantly connected and turned into a huge world group. The huge net seemed to spread to the end of the void. At this moment, everyone's eyes were sluggish. Even in some voids that were recognized as very barren, countless world lights appeared, making everyone who saw this scene dumbfounded. It's a success. I Ching exhaled fiercely, raised his arm, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. At last, I didn't let you down. I'm exhausted. Chapter 1274. The resonance of the timeline ended peacefully. Close to 20,000 timeline worlds were forcibly squeezed into the origin world. Although the matter was done, the entire sea of time was turbulent because of the huge energy disturbance caused by the incident. It was boiling, magnificent, and turbulent. The sea and the sky seemed to be about to turn upside down. The sea of time, which had finally calmed down for a few days, returned to its violent state. Actually, the situation was not bad. The time nodes that had been set up long ago formed a double-layered sandwich time barrier. The two layers sandwiched the sea of time at a suitable position to ensure that the sea and sky would not turn upside down. It also released the pressure that the sea of time was under. Now, they could only pray that the aftermath would calm down before it destroyed the barrier. According to their calculations, it should not be a problem. However, there was no guarantee that no one would be bored enough to shoot a blast of energy into the sea of time. If they hit the barrier, then, as long as it was not the energy of the peak of the origin, it would not be much of a problem. Then, it seemed that they could be more relieved. Then, what happened after the many worlds merged? The world was peaceful. Everyone was stunned, joining forces to explore the outer worlds and create that was not very likely. Putting aside the matter of the upper and middle realms, the timeline world did not have the saying that it would turn one by one. It could only allow the entire timeline world to merge. Therefore, the lower realms that had been destroyed long ago also regained their vitality. Those worlds were now secretly moved to the middle realms by the cooperation of the gods and the Empyrean god of origin. There was naturally a certain degree of danger in bypassing the abyssal death mist. Even if the people of the celestial realm had their own unique means, there were still some who accidentally touched the abyssal death mist. They thought that there would be a massacre, but the black mist did not even care about them. It was as if it was just a scenery in the void, pretending to be harmless. Those who did not know would think that it was a special product of the origin world. As for the worlds that should have appeared between the middle realms and the lower realms that were covered by the abyssal death mist, everyone was prepared to rush in and kill when those worlds fell into the abyssal death mist and caused chaos. However, the abyssal death mist was empty and silent. Those worlds that should have fallen into the abyssal death mist had all entered the deep void where they originally were, and did not emerge from the surface void where the world orbs were. It had been 3 days since the situation was discovered, and the known worlds in the lower realms were almost empty. Everyone who had not rested yet went into the deep void to fish out the world orbs that were somehow buried underground, squeezing them into the space between the middle realms and the upper realms. At this moment, the void was filled with as many world orbs as there were stars in the sky, and there was not a single empty space to be seen. That's right, there was not a single empty space in the void that was surrounded by the void frontline. Even if it could be expanded to the size of the middle realms, it would only spread those worlds out a little. After all, almost 20,000 worlds in the timeline had all squeezed in at once, and there was no telling how many world orbs there were. If there was no abyssal death mist, this would probably be the most prosperous scene in the history of the void. Then, there was also the most chaotic scene. After discovering that a large number of worlds had suddenly appeared beside their own world, it was normal for them to investigate out of curiosity. As if discovering a new continent, countless life forms were drilling around in the void, meeting and greeting the life forms of other worlds, and then they really started to greet each other, casually fighting in the void. No one knew why, but they just started to fight when they met. Perhaps they suddenly realized that there were so many life forms of the same level that they rarely saw, and so they started to fight. Who would have guessed that the common tongue of all races was still being spoken in the void? Speaking the same language and almost the same race, they started to set off fireworks in the void, without warning. If they continued to fight like that, they would all be annihilated before they could become combat forces according to Hui and Yun Nuoxing's plan. However, both the Guardian and the Observer were a little busy at the moment. The former was busy searching for the emptied lower plane and the middle plane with all his might. The countless worlds created by the resonance of the timeline was an opportunity for them, but it was also an opportunity for the underworld. They might just happen to be lacking worlds and could not find enough light orbs. They had thought about this matter, but there was no other way. They could only search and protect as many worlds as they could before the underworld destroyed the new worlds. That was all they could do. They were so busy that their heads were in a mess. Moreover, the front line of the void was not calm. Many people were not clear about what Hui and Yun Nuoxing wanted to do. Now that they were out in the open, they realized that their own world had become the backyard of others, coming and going as they pleased. Everywhere was not peaceful. These trivial matters that Yun Nuoxing called the nature of mortals were increasing and would eventually evolve into a pressure that gathered on the entire front line of the void. At present, The front line of the void was in an uproar. "What the hell have you done?" Amidst the extremely resentful and dissatisfied voices, there was the sound of people banging on the table and hammering on the wall. The entire tower trembled slightly. Hui turned his head and saw that those fools had brought more people to block his way. Hui, who had just dealt with a lot of things, felt a headache coming on. Currently, the people at the front lines of the void were able to deduce that this was the work of the gods after witnessing the actions of the realm of the gods. Even if they knew about it, they had been given a few pointers beforehand, saying that they were going to deal with the upcoming chaos, but they had never imagined that it would be such chaos. Countless worlds have crossed over from other timeline worlds. Countless worlds. Now, within the sealed area of the void, because of the countless additional worlds, it has become a mess. The man walked 3 or 4 meters in front of Hui with an imposing manner. "Lord Guardian of the realm of the gods, do you think that by pulling these guys into the origin world, they will become a living force? Look at the situation now. Before they become a force, the void will be destroyed by them. The realm of order is digging its own grave. It will exhaust itself until it is dead. This is the will of the void." Huey's head was throbbing. He did not want to talk nonsense with the man. This is the only way to have a chance of winning. The enemy's strength is far beyond our imagination. The original strength of the realm of order is not enough. The enemy has not played enough games. When they lose their patience, the front line of the void will collapse easily. The void has become like this, and you are still talking about the chance of winning. The man laughed and spread his arms. "Now that things have come to this, you are still saying such things to sway people's hearts. See, because of the existence of the void front line, the spread of the abyssal death mist has been stopped. The enemy did not attack because they were afraid. We have also maintained full preparation. But you, Lord Guardian of the realm of the gods, you are one of the guardians of the first city of the void. A few days ago, when the front line of the void was attacked, you were not there. Now you are here spouting nonsense. Are the people of the realm of the gods so incompetent? The first realm of the void is really disappointing." Hui pinched his face with one hand. His head hurts, his heart hurts. Come to think of it, he had not slept for 4 days. 4 days without sleep was actually nothing. However, after that day when the timeline resonated, he rested for 21 minutes and 36 seconds before he received a report from the people of the realm of the gods at the front line of the void. He had not recovered his half-crippled Qilin arm, had not recovered his spirit and soul before he was dragged out. After that, he began to overdraw his spirit to deal with all kinds of things. His spirit was highly concentrated for 3 days. So dizzy, so nauseous. I miss Maple's cooking. That guy must be cooped up in a small mountain and having a good time with his little angel. Hiss, why did he have to deal with these stupid things? No, why did he have to face these stupid people? After a moment, Hui pinched his own face and took a deep breath. After a while, he opened his eyes again. There was an indescribable pressure that made people's hearts palpitate. He calmly looked at the dozen or so people in front of him. They were all guardians of the first city of the void. They were all representatives of their world. He calmly said, Pooh. Everyone was stunned for a moment. After a few seconds, their expressions became extremely ugly and angry. What are you angry? Hui continued to cover his face and laughed out loud. When Maple first came to the first city of the void, he said that this damned barrier gave you too much unnecessary sense of security. It made you mistakenly believe that you are really safe. What, do you think that you have understood the strength of the other side? That you can sit back and relax from now on? You. Hui put down his hand and sneered. Are all of you fools? You. Everyone was furious. If that is all they have, how could the death mist of the abyss sweep across the entire lower and middle planes? The war has gone on for 10 whole eras without ending. They did not even show a hint of fatigue. The divine realm could not do it. Even the Changyuan realm and the Saint Spirit realm together could not do it. Do you think that you can do such a thing? Hui sneered and took a few steps to the side. He stood at the edge and looked at the city below through the huge glass. When Maple first said that, I thought that he was a little extreme. I even advised him to have some hope. But now, I am beginning to doubt whether there is any hope in the Void front line. Have you all forgotten how you were chased away by them during the battle in the Middle Plains? Have you forgotten the pain after the scar has healed? Compared to you all who have been hiding in the Void frontline barrier for a long time and think that you are safe and sound, I think that those newcomers have more hope. This sentence was a complete fallout. Anyway, we did not feel that there was any benefit in talking nonsense with these people here. If they fell out, so be it. He shook his head, turned around, and walked past the crowd. He glanced at the group of people coldly and narrowed his eyes. How disappointing. This Void City. Creak! That person clenched his fists tightly, and his face darkened. His eyes were filled with anger that was about to overflow. A terrifying aura exuded from his body, causing the entire pagoda and the entire Void First City to tremble. The people behind him also looked like they were about to make a move. It was as if they were about to attack at the slightest disagreement. What? You don't like it? You want to fight? Hui laughed and rubbed his light-colored dark circles. He turned around and looked at the dozen people. There are hundreds of forces in the first city of the Void. There are hundreds of realm protectors, path protectors, and realm lords. If we fight here, what do you think the people of the other worlds will think? That person took a deep breath and slowly retracted his aura. However, the expression on his face became even more gloomy. He knew that they would not gain anything by fighting. No matter what, the realm of the gods was still the infamous realm of the gods. In the Void frontline, the first city of the Void was a full formation of order. Among them, 70% of the worlds were closely related to the realm of the gods. There was a faint trend of them being led by the realm of the gods. Even the Changyuan realm and the Saint Spirit realm were no exception. The remaining 30% were scattered and formed their own factions. The current chaotic situation in the Void was a headache for everyone. They were no exception. Their own worlds were in such a mess that they were badly battered. Otherwise, they would not have come to find the initiator of the situation in a fit of anger. But even if they really did find the initiator of the situation, it was useless. He took a deep breath and turned around. His face was calm. No, it was just my state of mind, just now. Please don't misunderstand. Guardian, we are just anxious about the current situation. With the addition of countless worlds, there is indeed a lot of combat power. There are many more Empyrean gods and Empyrean gods, but they are all in a mess. No one is willing to submit to anyone. How can they be a combat power? Hui crossed his arms and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He snorted in his heart. This guy is really good at holding back. If he fought just now, he could have reasonably kicked these guys out. No, I've been influenced by Maple. I've learned to think with his way of thinking. Hui shook his head, turned around, and walked towards the door. He waved his hand towards the air and said, "You all know what to do. This is an opportunity in all aspects. It depends on whether we can grasp it or not. The law of the Void is that the strong prey on the weak, and the strong are respected. Don't you all understand that?" "I understand." He put his hands together. His face was still gloomy. The silver-white figure in front of him had disappeared from the corridor. "We're letting him go just like that. The others could not help but ask, "What they are doing has subverted the order of the void. Shut up. Your trivial matters and my trivial matters are worthless in his eyes. Don't think that he doesn't know what we are thinking." He waved his hand and said in a low voice, "In his eyes, there is only the big picture. The rest, humph. But now is not the time. Yes, that is an opportunity. Let's see who can seize it." An awkward look appeared on the man's face. He bitterly shut his mouth. When he heard the last part, he showed a thoughtful look. Opportunity. There seemed to be many ways to say it. We walked out of the tower. I Ching, Green, and the others followed. The former glanced at the tower and waved his hand. "Leave some people who are good at hiding and disguising in the void front line. The rest follow me back to the realm of the gods. There have been a lot of things recently. We need people." Green put his hands together and then frowned. "Lord Hui, are we just going to leave this place alone? I see that you don't look good. Did those bastards say something? Do you want me to?" Hui sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed, it's not that I don't care about it. I'm just asking you to leave some people behind to gather information. We can't catch the spies." Maple is right. Instead of spending the effort to catch the spies, it's better to prepare them as enemies. Right now, the void is in chaos, and many worlds have appeared. We need more people to deal with those matters. I Ching put his hands together and immediately made arrangements with his soul. Green also sent a message to mobilize people and prepare to return home. "By the way, I Ching, Green, I have something to ask you." Hui raised his eyebrows and smiled as if he was interested. "What do you think about the current situation?" I Ching and Ching Jun, who had just finished arranging things, were both taken aback. They looked at each other. I Ching scratched his face, which was as young as an 18-year-old boy, and pondered for a while. Ching Jun blurted out, "Fight, make a fuss. Are you nervous?" Hui smiled and looked at I Ching. I Ching raised his head and looked at I Ching. He said hesitantly, "Master Hui, if I tell you the truth, will you be angry?" "Go ahead. Feng has already told me a lot. You shouldn't be able to tell me any worse news than his." I Ching nodded and whispered, "It's still not optimistic, whether it's what we have to deal with now or in the future. Indeed, after the time axis resonance, there are many worlds and many living forces, but it will take a long time to integrate these forces. It will also take some time for them to really realize the danger of the death fog in the abyss and what they have to face in the future. Moreover, the death fog in the abyss, the underworld, as Lord Hui and Lord Feng said, there are 10, so many of those things, or..." As he spoke, his face turned ugly, and he couldn't help but sigh. Green patted him on the shoulder and said, "I Ching, don't worry so much. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we can't avoid it. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, we have to face it. It's useless to think too much. We just have to do our best. As for the rest, we can only leave it to fate." Hui glanced at him in surprise and smiled. "It's rare that you can say something like that after being reckless all the way to high-tier origin." Green scratched his head awkwardly and quickly changed the topic. "Aside from the first city of the void, how should we deal with the people in the other places of the void frontline? As I said, it's better to gather forces and quickly solve the problem of internal problems. Other things aside, even the light of the realm of the gods is surrounded by countless worlds. I can't even find my own home after so many worlds appeared last time. Those worlds are also at the center of the void gathering point. There are many champions, but they probably can't compare to the realm of the gods." Hui nodded and was about to say that the realm of the gods was invincible when he shut his mouth at the last moment. He muttered to himself for a moment, and Feng's face flashed in his mind. Don't let your guard down. All the forces of an upper realm can't beat the realm of the gods. if two can't, three, four, or even 100 worlds besieging the realm of the gods, we can still hold them off. However, if we really angered the realm of the gods would be embarrassed. Now is indeed the time to solve the internal problems, but not to let the realm of the gods become that problem. I Ching nodded. We understand. We will be careful when dealing with the problems of other worlds. What's the situation in the realm of the gods now? There are many outsiders, all of them from other timelines. They are all beings who have heard of the realm of the gods. Most of them went because of the name, but a small number of them may have never heard of the realm of the gods. After all, there are so many timelines. It's normal that they haven't heard of the realm of the gods since it's too far away. Also, a small number of them are there to cause trouble. Green shrugged. 90% of the realm of the gods' forces have been taken away, leaving only a small part in the mainland. I'm worried that. It's fine, we'll be back soon. As for the problem just now, we'll only leave a small number of people who can ensure their own safety at the front line of the void to act as spies to ensure information. Call the rest back, and send some people who are rational and strategic to solve the problems of some worlds along the way. At least let them fully understand the threat of the abyssal death mist. Let's not talk about the underworld, for now. Hui sighed as he spoke. He could not help but say, I also want to take a break. Just like Maple, hiding in the realm of the gods, and being a salted fish all day long, I Ching arranged a series of things. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he said to Hui doubtfully, Speaking of which, Lord Hui, when we were waiting for you outside just now, I think I heard a voice. The message is a little vague. I think it said that Lord Maple had a little trouble and asked you to go back and take a look when you're free. I'll take my leave first. I'll leave the rest to you guys. I Ching and Ching Jun looked sluggish as they watched Hui Darren disappear without a trace like a ray of light, leaving only a panicked voice. The former's unfinished words fell now. It's just a small matter. You must not go back in a panic. Did something happen to Lord Feng? He scratched his head and said the last sentence to Ching Jun Green, stuck out his tongue. How would we know? But Lord Maple, I have a little speculation. I think I know who he is. Oh, I Ching perked up and looked interested. Actually, I feel a little bit too. Every time it's about Lord Maple, Lord Hui panics to the point of losing his sense of propriety. It must be a very important person of the same status as him. At first, I thought it was an old friend. I won't say any more. Big Brother Ching, tell me, you're almost done. Ching Jun knocked on his head and looked at him with an embarrassed smile. Then he said, It's probably the most mysterious one in our family, the one who has never met before the other of the two priesthoods. I Ching smiled and nodded. Yun Nuoxing's identity fit the characteristics of that priesthoods too well, hiding in the dark of the realm of the gods. Lord Hui did not introduce him to others and only called him an old friend. Well, I can understand a little. After all, it's normal for an observer to not show up. And it seems like he doesn't plan to show up either. Cough, it's best we don't mention it. Otherwise, I feel like we'll be beaten up in the void until we lose our memories. Thinking of that scene, Green trembled and nodded with a smile. Yes, we don't know anything. Don't know. Chapter 1275. The realm of the gods was the number one great world in the void. The void here referred to the void of the 8 elements realm. If it had to be said, it would not be a problem to call it the number one great world in the great origin realm. Regardless of whether it was theoretical or not, there was no world more special than the world that the origin heavenly gods had personally created. This realm was revered by most of the people in the origin world. Even the neighboring timeline had a reputation of the realm of the gods. Most of them were infamous because of the cultivators who left the realm of the gods when they traveled to other timelines. It was no exaggeration to say that the warriors of the realm of the gods could turn the entire void upside down. That was referring to the high-level forces of the realm of the gods. But this saying became invalid after the emergence of the underworld. Now, it was the other way around. A single person from the underworld could turn the entire void upside down. Leaving those digressions aside, the realm of the gods was very lively at the moment. There were almost more foreign life forms than the primal life forms in the realm of the gods. After all, the primal life forms had gone to help defend the front line of the void. 90% of their life forms had been taken away, so the remaining 10% was naturally not much. Chaos. It was normal for there to be chaos. Now that the rear of the realm of the gods was empty, it would be easy for others to take advantage of the situation. Hui and Yun Nuoxing had also thought about this problem in the past. Their conclusion was that they could break through the defensive barrier of the Pillar of Creation and isolate the realm of the gods from the outside world. However, the barrier could not be kept open forever. The amount of energy consumed every day was astronomical. Moreover, when they carried out the timeline resonance, as well as the one a while ago, most of the realm of the gods' energy was used. It was not only the energy stored in the Pillar of Creation, but also the energy stored in the realm of the gods. With such a large amount of energy being extracted, the energy of the realm of the gods had decreased slightly. If the barrier of creation was kept open, the energy of the realm of the gods would slowly decrease, so it had to be closed temporarily. Then, a lot of people came in with all kinds of thoughts. Those who also possessed the energy of the Empyrean gods and the origin god were running around the Pantheon world with all kinds of thoughts in their minds. They were observing the rumored number 1 major realm in the void. It seemed like there were also people who were here to pick a fight, some young and hot-blooded idiots. The void was never short of idiots, but sometimes idiots were easy to deal with. However, those idiots had already fought their way to the Pantheon world, and those guys had yet to return. Little Angel recorded and spoke truthfully. She whispered in his ear, "Will there be any problems?" Only a portion of the Empyrean gods were left behind to guard the realm of the gods. Not a single Empyrean god of origin was left behind. The remaining 10% of the living beings were mostly ordinary people. Of course, we don't include the demonic beasts and demonic beasts that have yet to take human form. The Pantheon world was so prosperous that it was hard to imagine. The base of the living beings was the largest in number. As a world with countless living beings, the base of the living beings was actually less than 10%. The remaining 90% of the living beings were beings who had the power to take charge of a region. Basically, they were all beings who were at least mid-tier gods. Little Angel put down the crystal ball in her hand and let it roll a few meters away on the cloud. The crystal ball rolled back to her and touched her little white foot. The cloud was quiet, and there was no sound at all. It was a windless day, and the cloud was lying lazily and motionlessly, just like a certain someone. She tilted her head and looked at the guy who was sleeping peacefully under her wing. She reached out her hand and gently tapped his nose. She could not help but smile. He was actually not asleep. With his current physical condition, he could not fall asleep. He just felt more comfortable by curling up like this. When he said those words in front of her, she was stunned for a long time. Before she could react, he had already crawled under her wing. "How are you doing? Are you feeling better?" Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows trembled slightly. Her long eyelashes lifted, and her black eyes were a little dull. She shook her head and said, "It is impossible to get out that part of the origin energy that has fused into my body. This energy is the most powerful and special energy I have ever seen. It has a lot of flavors, and it seems to have originally belonged to the gods of origin. This energy was probably born under their influence, so it has a unique, he couldn't describe it for the time being. If he could describe it properly, he wouldn't say that it was the most special. Right now, the energy was stuck in his body. It followed the flow of energy in his body and went round and round. He couldn't expel it and couldn't refine it. For now, he couldn't refine it. Yun Nuoshing looked up at the sky and was a little lost in thought. She could hear some restless sounds coming from some places in the Pantheon world. The restless movements seemed to be the sounds of battle. There were also other sounds that were probably made by outsiders. The little angel straightened her legs and lifted Yun Nuoshing's head to rest on her soft thighs. She stroked Yun Nuoshing's long hair with her jade hands, and a warm smile hung on her holy face. "Get better quickly, you troublesome fellow." Yun Nuoshing closed her eyes, wrinkled her nose, and struggled a little. She actually felt a little relaxed when she was stroked by Hulu. After thinking for a while, she stopped struggling and just lay there. Yun Nuoshing was a little surprised. She jokingly said, "I never thought that the great observer would show such a weak side. What a surprise." Don't talk. You are just a pillow and a blanket." Yun Nuoshing snorted softly and tilted her head. But considering that she was his pillow, it was useless to tilt her head. At most, she would twist her neck and turn it back. Buffed, the little angel covered her mouth and giggled. She stroked his long hair with her jade-like hands. The weather was nice, and the sun was shining brightly. The weather today was nice and cozy. If it wasn't for the fact that there was something difficult to deal with in his body, and if it wasn't for the fact that the void was in a mess and full of troubles, but it didn't matter. It was fine as long as it was like this. She was in a good mood right now. She was enjoying this quiet time with him. It was very comfortable. It was a different feeling when she was running around with him in the void. Now, it was a different feeling when she was running around with him in the void. Yun Nuoshing obviously didn't intend to solve the chaotic vortex this time. He didn't have the energy or the mind to solve it. In the past 2 or 3 years, the side effects overlapped with each other. Basically, after one was cured, another would come immediately. The time-axis resonance that had just passed a few days ago was because Yun Nuoshing's body had directly come into contact with the power of origin. Even though the mark left by the heavenly god of destruction had blocked the calamity of destruction, there was still a small problem left behind. He still couldn't get rid of the power of origin that had entered his body. Yun Nuoshing didn't know what Yun Nuoshing was thinking. She suddenly bent down. Yun Nuoshing was still in a daze when he suddenly felt a fragrant wind blowing on his face. Divine light entered his eyes. Just as he was about to open his eyes, his whole body stiffened and his breath froze. After a while, when the sunlight weakened a little, Yun Nuoshing finally came back to his senses and sat up stiffly. His face was full of shock and confusion. He covered his mouth with his trembling hand. He felt that he had been frightened, and even his breath was a little disordered. Yun Nuoshing's face turned slightly red when he saw Yun Nuoshing licking her lips. What are you doing?" "Nothing." Yun Nuoshing flicked her long silver hair disapprovingly. "I'm trying to see if I can help you get that energy out." You. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. His face was full of dizziness. "All right, you're already an adult. Don't worry about these things. Anyway, you and your sister have kissed many times." Yun Nuoshing pushed his head back onto its lap. It didn't seem to feel anything about the scene just now. Yun Nuoshing was confused. He couldn't help but mutter, "Exactly because of this, how am I supposed to face that girl when I go back? What's so difficult about facing her?" Yun Nuoshing smiled and lowered its head, pretending that it wanted to do it again. When it saw Yun Nuoxing's face alternating between red and white, it found it a little funny. Yun Nuoxing put its nose on his nose. If you like her, just say it. If you care, admit it. There are many kinds of love. In the end, it's just like that. For people like us who don't know when we'll reach the end of our lives, and when we'll end our lives, nothing is more important than the present. We can talk about the future, but it doesn't matter if we don't talk about it, because Yun Nuoxing rubbed its face against his. Every day is precarious. If you have time to care about the future, it's better to live the present. Well, but I know that you're always looking at the future and thinking a lot, because there's no other way, right? But if you keep thinking about it, you'll miss the person in front of you. Yun Nuoxing straightened up with a smile and covered his face with her jade hand. The love you have for her, I guess you don't know it yourself. There's a lot of love, but in the end, it changed a little. Stop talking. Yun Nuoxing panicked. He quickly covered his eyes. Stop talking. Seeing that he was about to be scalded to death by it, Yun Nuoxing smiled, as if it had succeeded, and changed the topic. Then let's talk about something else. Just now, there was a burst of high-tier origin energy in the realm of the gods. The 2, 3, no, for people who were fighting were not from the realm of the gods. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. What a sharp change of topic. It's going to be bad if they continue to fight. Aren't you going to do something about it? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and almost buried his face in Yun Nuoxing's stomach. There's nothing to do. The creation's barrier is in a state of silence. Although it doesn't isolate the realm of the gods from the outside, it at least ensures the stability of the realm of the gods. No matter how much they fight, they won't sink the realm of the gods. It's already good enough that they can affect a small part of the realm of the gods. The cities of the mortals have defensive formations. In this era, those defensive formations are all of the origin level. Little Angel gave it some thought before replying, "Oh, this was because there was suppression, and there were many defensive measures that enveloped this great realm. Even if the guardians weren't there, and the observers didn't want to interfere, they wouldn't be able to affect anything. However, the commotion caused by the great battle was a little big, really big, from the edge of the myriad god realm all the way to the center of the myriad god realm. There were traces of battle everywhere. Although the 2 of them didn't know what they were fighting for or what they were fighting for, they could deduce something after some thought. The timeline and the realm of the void were fused. Currently, only a part of the people in the origin world knew who was behind it. The others who were dragged into the void were still confused. They were just following their own orders or the orders of the people in their own world to come out and observe, or something else. They would descend to the same place together and appear in the same place together. Conflicts would arise whenever they met, and naturally, war would break out frequently. And this was just what they saw in the realm of the gods. There must be more fierce battles in the void, but those had nothing to do with them for the time being. Little Angel had been watching the battle in the 4 directions. 10 high-level heavenly gods of origin clashed fiercely, and huge energy waves filled the sky. The movement was very far away, and by the time it reached the ground, there was only a faint light. Some of the god-level and high-level gods were able to notice it, but they obviously didn't intend to join in the fun. Not long after, 2 of the 4 sides were defeated almost at the same time. 6 of them fled madly into the realm of the gods and scattered to different places. The other 4 looked at each other vigilantly. 2 of them chased after one side, while the other 2 looked at each other and didn't intend to chase after them. They landed in the realm of the gods. Little Angel frowned and pushed Yun Nuoxing with her jade-like hand. Someone was flying towards them, and judging from the situation, It seemed to be intentional. After all, she didn't hide any of her aura. The person who fled probably sensed the movement of a powerful life form here. Little Angel lowered her head and saw that Yun Nuoshing didn't move. She couldn't help but shake her head. It seemed that she didn't intend to pay attention to them. So be it. A wave of energy pressure came from afar. It was the person who had fled earlier. When he passed by, he looked at the two people in surprise. It seemed that there was something different from what he had expected. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But he didn't stay for long because of this. His body shook and directly disappeared from where he was. Did you see anyone fleeing from here? About a minute later, there was a fluctuation in the space 100 feet away. Two figures came out side by side. They glanced at Yun Nuoshing and Little Angel, who were on the cloud, and said in a cold voice, "What about the common language of the myriad races?" It murmured in its heart. It seemed that everyone was speaking the common language of the myriad races. The common language of the myriad races was created by the ancient gods and spread throughout the void and the 8 elements realm in the late mythological era. After many years, it had become the language that everyone was accustomed to speaking. Little Angel closed her eyes and put her jade-like hand on Yun Nuoshing's face and neck. She didn't say a word and just breathed quietly. She was so calm that it seemed like she didn't know anything. The two of them were enjoying the quiet time that belonged to them. Once they opened their mouth, they would break it, so they didn't intend to say anything. One of the two people looked around anxiously. When he saw that the two of them didn't intend to reply, his eyes were filled with coldness. He was about to shout when the other person who had just opened his mouth stopped him with a serious and dignified expression. He felt a little uneasy. He gently cupped his hands and pulled his companion back. "Sorry to disturb you. We don't have any other intentions." After saying that, he carefully retreated. His companion was stunned. Just as he was about to shout angrily, Yun Nuoshing casually opened her eyes. Her black eyes narrowed slightly and looked at the two people from the corner of her eyes. After a moment, she slowly closed her eyes again. That person's body seemed to be frozen. He hurriedly pulled his companion and retreated quickly. He didn't care about chasing after the two people and rushed out of the realm of the gods as if his life depended on it. "Hey, what's wrong with you? We represent our world. Although we don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but shut up. Those two, based on their auras, they must be from the realm of the gods." He gritted his teeth and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. Just as he said that, he felt a gaze from afar looking at his back. He felt a chill run down his spine, and he fled even faster. The little angel lay down and hugged him to sleep. Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes and looked at it. She pouted, but after thinking about it, she decided to let it be. When she saw this, she couldn't help but smile. She stretched out her arms and wrapped them around his neck and waist. She murmured in her heart, "Just a little longer, just a little longer." Just like this, let them quietly pass through this time that is gradually fading away. The feelings she inherited from her. She wanted to look at him, so she just had to look at him like this. Just like this. Let him rest a little longer, just a little longer. Yun Nuoshing closed his eyes tightly and didn't look at her slightly eager gaze. He didn't know what he was avoiding, nor did he know if he was avoiding something. In short, it wasn't good for him to open his eyes in this atmosphere, so he just let her stare at him. This atmosphere was maintained for as long as 2 hours, until another aura appeared on the cloud. At that time, the two people had already fallen asleep. Hui, who had just landed, saw their intimate scene and slapped his hand over his mouth, fearing that he would be overly excited and say something that would wake the two up. That radiant look of exultation seemed to indicate that he had discovered something joyous. He excitedly took out 2 identical rings from the space array and trembled as he approached the 2 people. He grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hand and put it on, then gently put it on the little angel's hand. After he was done, he jumped back and looked at the 2 people with an inexplicable expression of happiness and intoxication. Well, although I prepared it for myself, it seems that I won't be using it in a short period of time. Hee, then I'll give it to you. Just take it as hee. After muttering and laughing evilly, Hui walked over again. Just as he was about to wake them up, the 2 people opened their eyes first and turned their heads in unison. They saw that his face was still flushed and there were still remnants of excitement and excitement. They both had a puzzled look on their faces. It seems that the quiet time has come to an end for the time being. It sighed a little regretfully and pulled Yun Nuoxing to stand up. Get up, don't sleep anymore. I don't want to move, Yun Nuoxing muttered. Although she was complaining, she let it pull her up after complaining. Then he noticed that there was an extra ring on the ring finger of his left hand. It was inlaid with a purplish-black gem. It was very beautiful and very bright. He especially noticed that the little angel also had a similar ring on her hand. It was exactly the same. He suddenly felt that the light was so bright that he was dumbfounded. After a while, the 2 people reacted at the same time and looked at Hui together. The latter solemnly chanted half a Taoist name and half a Buddhist name. Then, with a serious face, he said, "The things over there are done. It's time to deal with your matter. Tell me, how's your body?" Wait a minute, calm down. Impulsiveness is the biggest sin of the gods. Maple. Wah. After hitting Hui with a stick, Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and reached out to take it off. But after trying for a long time, it didn't move at all. He couldn't help but frown. After looking at it for a while, he took a deep breath and said softly, "Hui, I remember this is that ring, right? It was originally kept by you." Hui, who flew back from the sky in a sorry state, heard this. He flicked his long hair and gave a thumbs up. He grinned and showed 8 shining big teeth. Wearing it means you have feelings and it will never change until death. You can't take it off. Oh, don't struggle. You said that there was nothing between you at first. Look, you can wear this unique ring in the void smoothly. What else do you have to say? Suddenly, Yun Nuoxing looked at him as if he was looking at a maggot. The guardian was so scared that his whole body turned gray. Uffed, the little angel couldn't help but chuckle. The laughter made Yun Nuoxing's body stiffen. She turned to look at it and couldn't help but look at the ring on its hand. "Isn't it very good?" She smiled and leaned against his back. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and whispered into his ear. I'll tell you what she wants to say. This is her intention. Then Yun Nuoxing turned gray in an instant. Her body, which had not recovered, lost her strength and fell into the arms of the little angel. She hugged him with a smirk and blew into his ear. Stupid little star. Chapter 1276. The first 3 days were just a matter of changing locations and familiarizing themselves with the new environment, which was equivalent to a harmless warning. However, even this warning made the void too lively. On the 10th day, there was a great earthquake in the void. The new tenants had already familiarized themselves with the void of the origin world and began to develop this new place or do something else. Anyway, now that they were outside, they could see chaotic scenes of battle within 2 or 3 steps. The life forms at the bottom of the hierarchy were somewhat miserable because the void was now full of moving sources of explosions. Those celestial gods and Empyrean gods of origin were all potential moving disasters. They would start a fight with others after taking 2 or 3 steps, and they would probably have to lie in bed for a year and a half to recuperate after going out for a turn. Oh, anyone with some knowledge would know that there would be aftershocks after an earthquake, and there was no limit to the intensity of the aftershocks being smaller than the first one. After all, there were so many disasters in the void that they couldn't be explained by a simple earthquake and aftershocks. Those were moving sources of disasters that could easily blow an entire world group into the void. In fact, when the first life form in the timeline discovered the changes in the void and tried to go to other worlds, this chaos was already destined. Then, when the first small friction occurred, the other life forms also heard the news and began their journey of causing trouble in the void. No, it was a journey of stirring up shit in the void. Then, the life forms of the origin world also became active, but their numbers were still much smaller compared to the life forms that were forcibly dragged into the origin world. They were short of manpower. As the first major world in the void of the 8 elements, realm, the realm of the gods was also probably the first major world in the Great Yuan realm. It became the place where countless extraterrestrial and extraterrestrial visitors descended. The battle was really going on day and night. A large number of celestial gods and Empyrean gods of origin fought excessively during the day, and a large number of Empyrean gods of origin fought even more fiercely at night. The most amazing thing was that in so many battles, none of them had anything to do with the realm of the gods. Well, that was nonsense. The army of the realm of the gods was still in the void far away from the realm of the gods, and they were slowly rushing back while carrying out their tasks. I Ching and Lady Green each took 2 days to solve the problems in the realm of the gods and the ancient imperial world, so that the low-level life forms would not be involved in the unknown war. The rest of the time was spent dealing with the light masses in other worlds near the realm of the gods, so that the progress was slow. In fact, most of the high-level battles took place at higher altitudes, or just outside the realm of the gods. Like what Yun Nuashing and Hui saw that day, it was relatively rare for energy shockwaves to explode directly on the ground. When the Great City Defense Formation sealed off the entire city, the people living in the city did not have any problems, and the movements they saw were also relatively small. It was not until the entire sky of the realm of the gods was covered by the flames of war that they noticed something was wrong. The realm of the gods was originally a more chaotic place compared to other worlds. Battles and whatnot were very common, even if the battle affected a large area. The sky was full of explosions, and it did not stop for the whole day. This was a little strange. When a large number of low-level life forms noticed this, it was already 11 or 12 days later. At that time, the mortal world that was lagging behind the news only half understood what was happening in the void. Then they collectively sighed and discussed today's dishes and the neighbors' children. Even the gossipers who liked to talk from the east to the west of the city only talked about it as stories after a meal. The matters of the void were too far away from them, and it did not feel too real. As for the celestial gods who stood high above the clouds, overlooking the world, this was referring to their Lord Guardian and Lord Observer. One of them spent 20 hours a day sleeping, and the remaining 5 or 6 hours drowsily sleeping, as if he had not slept since the birth of the void. The other one was cultivating day and night with the help of his little angel. The stone lump in his stomach had started to move a few days ago, but it was not the kind of violent reaction he expected when he opened his mouth. Instead, it was the kind that ignored him. Sometimes it would respond to him lazily in the morning, or in the afternoon, or in the evening, or even in the wee hours of the morning. Generally speaking, it would be too late for him to do anything about it by the time he realized that the stone was reacting, so he could only sit there in a daze all day long. Until now, he still could not figure out the pattern of that erratic thing. Now that the Guardian and the Observer were not in charge of anything. Anyway, The heavenly realm was peaceful for the time being. Those outsiders said that they came here to fight, but they actually treated the heavenly realm as a battlefield. If they were thrown into the depths of the void, they would still fight. However, just because they were fighting at the edge of the heavenly realm, they thought that they had already been in the heavenly realm. If the heavenly gods in the heavenly realm knew about this, they would probably laugh their heads off. But actually, it was understandable. The heavenly realm was a continent the size of 4 to 5 galaxies pieced together. It was a world created by the first generation of great heavenly gods, and its fierce reputation had spread to hundreds of worlds in the timelines next to it. These outsiders thought that the people in the heavenly realm were ghosts and demons with 3 heads and 6 arms. This was probably the reason why they did not dare to invade the heavenly realm. But it was strange that they did not dare to mess around in the heavenly realm, but they dared to fight at the edge of the heavenly realm. Could it be that the heavenly gods in other worlds also liked to deceive themselves? This was Divine Land, the holy city of Divine Land. However, it was not one of the 4 holy cities that Yun Nuoshing knew. It was the holy city at the very center of the Divine Land. Right now, Divine Land was Divine Land. It was not divided into the northern wilderness, the eastern sea, the southern plains, the western regions, and so on. Oh, the eastern sea was still the eastern sea. It was the largest sea in the divine realm, much larger than the eastern sea after dozens of eras. The holy city of Divine Land was probably the most lively place in the divine realm now that it was empty. There were only a few gods, most of them, and a lot of young people gathered there. Since they were warned by their elders not to go out of the city, this group of people, ranging from the mortal tier to the post-god tier, stayed in the city obediently. Watching the great battle above their heads was an indispensable time to pass the day. However, in the past 2 days, a group of strange young people deliberately made big news in the holy city in a high-profile manner. The lives of the divine realm, who had been bored for many days, suddenly found something fun to do. Regardless of their level, they were busy beating up those who were obviously not original life forms of the divine realm, but had sneaked into the holy city. As mentioned before, those who were brought by the post-god tier also felt that crossing worlds was as easy as going out for a stroll. Those who had sneaked into the city and deliberately made a scene were all young people. Perhaps they were the ones who had sneaked into the city. At first, they were very arrogant, but after they were beaten down, they were not convinced. After 2 minutes, a large group of outsiders were all tied up together. Suddenly, everyone's arrogance disappeared. "Oh, little toys, what's the matter? You know that we are too bored, so you came to find us some fun?" A young man in a white robe cracked his wrists as he looked lazily at the young men and women who were tied up in a pile in front of him. He had a harmless smile on his face, but the divine power that permeated his body made everyone know that this young man was a god. "Come, you. Yes, you, don't look at others." He casually pointed at a person. Before that person could react, one of his students had already slipped over and dragged that person over. The young lad looked at the youth who was dragged over with a smile and said, "Young lad, you don't look too bad. Shunming was actually able to last a minute against our venerable god. Not bad, not bad. What's your name? Where are you from?" The youth, who had been quite unyielding, was about to explode in anger when he heard those words. When he looked up and saw the young man in front of him, he was shocked by the divine power and his face paled. "Jiang Yuan from the Sanqing continent. We seem to have heard the name of this continent 2 or 3 times. Oh, yes, you. Little one, go and pull those 2 out. That's right. Hey, you 3 are together?" The youth and the other 2 looked at each other and shook their heads vigorously. "What are you doing here?" "Why? We've heard of the name of the #1 great world. We've wanted to come here for a long time to take a look. About 10 days ago, your world suddenly appeared next to ours, so our elders brought us here. The young divinity scratched his head. He had heard about the matters of the void from his elders, but he didn't know the details. He didn't know what was happening in the void, and his elders didn't mention it either. They only told him about it. He casually asked a few more questions, then asked a few more people, but he still didn't get the answers he wanted. The young divinity sighed and waved his hand. Forget it, I'm not playing anymore. Take them to the prison of the holy city and keep them in check. Keep them quiet. Bastards, you better remember this. People of my lineage will descend upon this world. We will make you pay for today's humiliation. Some of the people in the group shouted in dissatisfaction while kicking their legs and swinging their heads. A disciple of a divine, venerable scratched his head and slapped the chattering heavenly deity's face, causing him to faint. You talk too much. So noisy. Master, are you sure it's all right? One of the disciples clasped his hands at the young divinity and said softly, I don't know where our elders went. The divine realm is empty, and there are many divinities fighting in the outer space. I'm worried that they will cause trouble here once they find out that our disciples are trapped. The young deity flicked his sleeves and said, Don't worry, they won't be able to cause any trouble. All cities in the celestial realm have the highest level of defense, unless those people are crazy enough to attack the celestial realm. If that happens, our Lord Protector won't sit idly by. Of course, he knew where his elders and the divinities had gone, but it was best not to announce it. He saw his disciple looking at the battle in the sky with worry. He grinned and reached out his hand to ruffle his disciple's hair. Don't worry, kid. At least for now, nothing will happen in the divine realm. We just have to take care of ourselves and protect our own place. Don't let too many outsiders come in and cause trouble. I think the realm of the gods has become a complete mess. On a small hidden mountain peak, the little angel sat on the edge of a cliff and looked at the entire realm of the gods. Through the observers I provided by the Yunua planet, she leisurely swung her slender legs and looked at the entire world bustling with activity. It was so lively that she couldn't help but mutter. Yun Nuashing was kneeling under a tree. She opened her eyes and looked at the bustling sky of the divine realm. After thinking for a while, she closed her eyes again. It's fine. Hui and I are monitoring the divine realm. Right now, no one has really entered the divine realm. This morning, a group of divinities left their people behind and left in a hurry. There aren't many of them, and they are scattered all over the divine realm. There's nothing to worry about. The little angel flapped her wings. Monitoring? She looked at him in disbelief. One of them was sleeping all day, and the other was cultivating all day. How did these two guys monitor the divine realm? Were these two fellows reliable or not? She subconsciously ran her finger across the ring on her finger. She immediately revealed a warm and beautiful smile. Yes, they are very reliable. The little angel stood up from the cliff and lightly floated to Yun Nuashing's side. Her wings brushed his cheek. Then she turned around and sat down next to him. One of her wings curled around half of his body. What's wrong? Yun Nuashing opened his eyes and looked at her with a smile. The little angel shook her head. After thinking for a while, she tilted her head and leaned on his shoulder. Ever since we put on the rings that day, the atmosphere between the two of them had become strange. She seemed to have completely immersed herself in this role, and he seemed to have become more indulgent of her. Or rather, indulgent of Ming. Even more, how much longer do you need to deal with the things on your body? She looked at him and whispered, I want to go out and play. I want to see what the void is like now. Yun Nuashing looked up, pursed his lips, and said, Another 4 or 5. hearing that he didn't say the next word for a long time. She couldn't help but continue. Days? Months? She was speechless. It could also be 4 or 5 years, or even 4 or 5 eras. She took a deep breath and looked up for a while. She felt that it was better not to say anything. Looking at her dejected look, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh. She looked up and said, "It will take a long time to completely solve it. But actually, I can move now. Don't get too excited. Considering the current situation of the void, I have to completely suppress it. In these days of fighting, I have found a way, but it's not a complete solution. I can only cover it up, but I can also take you out to play." The little angel was delighted. She revealed a soft smile and rubbed her face against his. However, although she wanted to go out to play, she really didn't know where to go with the chaotic state of the void. Moreover, the little angel was blushing a little. Asking where to go to play now was like asking where to go after a wedding or a honeymoon. She shouldn't think about it anymore. She accepted this unintentional gesture on her behalf. She shouldn't think too much about it. That was her business, and she was very self-aware. After a few words, there was nothing else to talk about. The little angel leaned on his shoulder, her wings fluttering gently in the wind. The sacred and holy light on her body calmed Yun Nuoshing's restless heart a little. He was actually a little anxious these days. He didn't lie to her. He did have a way to cover up the origin energy and pretend that nothing had happened. He just didn't know if there would be a second effect. If he did so, Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes and made sure that the little angel was asleep. He then lifted his left hand from the wrapping of his wings. A stream of energy flowed from his body to his palm. It was a red energy with a bright silver in the center like a core. Moreover, there was a faint aura of destruction circulating in it. He believed that just by circulating this energy throughout his body, he would become a mobile weapon that would shatter wherever he went. That energy was indeed his. It was the product of a part of his original energy that had shifted in a certain direction. Originally, his energy should have been a fusion of black and silver. The black was the product of the fusion of his own energy with the element of annihilation, while the other half of the silver was the observer's energy. Originally, he could have chosen to use one or both at will, but now it's completely mixed. Even if I use the observer form, I will still have the smell of this energy. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but sigh. The heavenly destruction god's divine blood brand was the only reason he had been able to control the origin energy of the heavenly destruction god. The origin energy that remained in his body had been barely refined, so it was normal for him to obtain a portion of the destruction aura. Furthermore, this destruction aura was slightly different from the destruction aura that was normally contained in large-scale destruction aura. For example, if he used a large-scale energy attack, 30% of the energy would turn into the power of destruction, and the remaining 70% would be the original energy, the energy of destruction, and other blended energies. The heavenly god of destruction's energy, even though only a small part of it had changed its form, was still very different from ordinary energy. It was filled with the will of destruction and the aura of destruction. When 100% of the energy was used, it would return 14 to 15% of the power of destruction, including the energy of destruction, and other energies. Without exception, all of them were tainted with the aura of destruction, as expected of the god of destruction. Just that energy alone was filled with the aura of destruction. The transformed energy in my body already has all the characteristics of the god of destruction. The only difference now is the strength of the energy. Speaking of which, the energy of the element of destruction has also been integrated, and it is suppressed. Unbelievable. I have never seen an energy that can suppress the element of destruction. With a thought, Yun Nuoxing let the energy soar through his fingers. The only thing that was worth rejoicing about now was that he could still control the energy. He blankly let the energy float for a long time. Just as he was about to put it away, he suddenly had a naughty idea. With a devilish smile, he clenched his fist and the energy disappeared. Well, I'll just take it as a little deterrent, so that you won't fight recklessly down here and disturb me. I'll kill you all one by one. At the edge of the realm of the gods, there was a vast battlefield. All kinds of high divinity energies were churning and shattering here, piercing through the void and the sea of time. Strange energy phenomena appeared frequently, and even the illusions became energy attacks that lunged at the battlefield. However, they were easily torn apart by the energy storms that filled the air. Several, dozens, and even hundreds of people were fighting in a melee, messing up the entire sky of the realm of the gods. Fortunately, this was the first major realm. The factors such as space and other factors were sturdy enough that it would not be easily torn to the point where it could not be restored. Even in the most violent area of the battle, the pure void had just been broken out, and the void had not been torn apart yet. Amidst the vast star domain, stars shattered, scattering countless fragments everywhere. Broken corpses and broken bones floated in the starry sky, being restored to energy by the eruption of energy on the battlefield. Those who had truly died would release a huge energy storm or energy anomaly, scaring away anyone who approached. There were also many fragments of weapons. One after another, heavenly god tier powerhouses crossed the star domain, expanding the battlefield without limit and expanding it even further. Suddenly, a small scarlet ball of energy appeared in the star field like an inconspicuous water ball. It was only the size of a wash basin. After the ball of energy appeared, the silver spot in its center suddenly swelled until it completely merged with the scarlet ball of energy. Then, boom, a storm that contained boundless destructive energy suddenly erupted at the peak of the myriad god realm. Those who were engaged in battle all turned their gazes in shock. The speed of the energy explosion wasn't very fast, but it was enough to make everyone tremble in fear. Without exception, all of them gave up on fighting. They screamed and yelled as they ran for their lives. Those who weren't swept into the destructive storm couldn't even unleash the abnormal phenomenon of a god's fall. This energy is too terrifying. Who is here? All of the heavenly gods and origin heavenly god level life forms in this area felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this violent and terrifying scene. The chill caused their blood to stop flowing. This shocking energy seemed to be attacking indiscriminately. Furthermore, it did not belong to any one of them. It's a powerhouse from the realm of the gods. Suddenly, someone screamed in horror, bringing the silent crowd back to their senses. When they heard this sentence, clearly they felt a chill run down their backs. The powerhouses from the realm of the gods are warning us. That's right, it must be so. Someone could not help but say they had been making a ruckus here for many days, but they did not see any powerhouses from the realm of the gods. They originally thought that they did not want to bother with them, but now it seemed that they had not bothered anyone yet. If they really did provoke them, the consequences would be unimaginable. After a short moment of uproar, the place suddenly became deathly quiet again. Even the most impulsive person did not recklessly rush up to fight with anyone. Everyone, hundreds of people, looked at each other and remained silent for a long time. Here comes the question, should we fight or not? Chapter 1277. The battle in the realm of the gods had ended temporarily. The next morning, the primordial life forms in the realm of the gods were relieved when they saw that there were no more energy explosions in the sky. They were really worried that a heavenly God-tier powerhouse would fall to the ground and wake up the next day to find that everything within 1,000,000 miles of the city had turned into a wasteland. Or maybe he would wake up the next day to find that there was only a wall left in his house. Or maybe he would never wake up again. The ending of the battle made countless people cheer for a while before returning to their normal lives and doing their own things. However, with this incident as a precedent, no one would leave the city for a long time. If there was a first time, there would naturally be a second time. It would not be good if they could not return home because of the second battle. There were not many casualties in this battle, but there were many injured. There were only about 10 heavenly God-tier powerhouses who died in the battle. Half of them were swept into the destructive storm. As long as they did not die, they would be able to recover. However, none of this had anything to do with the realm of the gods. After all, no one from the realm of the gods had participated in the battle. As for the reason why the battle ended, they only knew that an extremely powerful realm of the gods' powerhouse had beaten them up. As for who it was, no one knew. The realm of the gods' powerhouses wanted to know more about this, but the native cultivators of the realm of the gods could probably guess who it was. Well, although it was a little crooked, their Lord Guardian was still drowsy when the incident happened. However, since not many people knew the Lord Observer, and the Lord Observer did not care if anyone knew him, they could just assume that it was the former. The realm of the gods knew about this, but the realm of the gods' powerhouses had to suffer. They would never know about this if they did not come to the realm of the gods. On the small mountain, Yun Nuashing was still sitting under the tree with the little angel. They had been in this position for 3 whole days. The latter seemed to be sleeping as if she wanted to cultivate with him. During these 3 days, she would occasionally wake up and hug Yun Nuashing intimately for a while before falling asleep again. Yun Nuashing knew that this little girl was actually cultivating as well. However, she seemed to need her consciousness to return to that world when she cultivated. So she acted as if she was disconnected from this world. 3 days passed very quickly. Yun Nuashing had almost finished dealing with the ball of energy. In fact, he had used an extra day to refine the origin energy 6 times. When he felt that his energy had changed to a certain extent, he needed to spend some time to familiarize himself with it. Then, he began the cover action that he had mentioned. In fact, it was very simple, just like what he was doing now. All the divine blood marks on his body appeared. When he first took them out, he was stunned for a while, because when he was still in the void rift, he thought that the marks had all been transferred to the key. He did not expect that they were still in his body. At this moment, he was forcing the origin energy into the divine blood marks. Throughout the whole process, he kept a close eye on the divine blood marks. He was actually a little worried that this would cause some changes to the divine blood marks. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and looked at the golden red marks. The corners of his eyes twitched. His worries were confirmed. The divine blood marks seemed to have absorbed a little of the origin energy and changed a little. The edges of the divine blood marks that looked like delicate feathers had now become, well, he could not tell what it was. It probably looked like something like armor. Well, actually, it did not look like it. Anyway, he knew that it was a pattern. He could not tell what it was exactly. When the origin energy was forced into the divine blood marks, it was indeed a little bit less. That little bit of energy was probably the reason for the changes. There was still a large amount of energy stored in it. He could feel that the energy was flowing along his entire right hand, shoulder, and back. The energy was still very large, so large that he was a little scared, especially when he saw the divine blood marks on his back seemed to grow and spread out. He was even worried that he would be swallowed by the marks. However, after thinking carefully, He was not flustered. The divine pattern of the divine blood marks also covered the entire body. When it was fully spread out, it was much larger than he imagined. It was like a tree rooted in the void. He raised the energy in his hand. It was red with a bright silver light in the center. It did not seem to be any different from the previous 3 days. The only difference was that the red color had deepened a lot. The previous 3 days were considered light red, but now it was more like a pure red. The color was gradually changing to a deeper color, and it might become a crimson color in the end. Buzz. A weak energy appeared in his senses. Yun Nuoxing's ears twitched. He raised his head and casually put away the energy in his hand. He felt that someone had passed through the energy barrier and entered the space here. It was the breath of an acquaintance. He closed his eyes and continued to do his own thing. He only paid attention to the acquaintance. He first went to the place where Hui was. When he saw the ladder, he was stunned. The energy moved a little, showing that his emotions were slightly fluctuating. He stood there for a moment. His emotions fluctuated for a while. Suddenly, he left the building and came to where they were. Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes. It seemed that the little guy had something to do. Well, he was almost done with his business anyway. Let's see what the little guy wanted to do. I Ching saw that Hui was still sleeping and could not be woken up for a while. He was a little distressed. He sensed a little and found that there was another person in this space. He was a little happy and quickly went in the direction of the ladder. After crossing a small forest, he saw Yun Nuoxing and the little angel who was snuggling with her. He was a little stunned and hesitated. He did not know if he should go over. Come over. A soft voice rang in his mind. I Ching shrank his head and quickly walked over. He stood at the side of the two and saluted. Lord Feng. Yun Nuoxing nodded slightly. Hui is busy. He won't wake up for a while. You can either wait for a few days, or if there's something important, just tell me. I'll pass on the message. I Ching pondered for a moment. Since this was the observer in front of him, telling him was the right thing to do. There was no problem. He thought about it and saluted. It's actually a problem in the void. These days, we followed Lord Huey's orders to solve the problems in other worlds. Those worlds have powerful beings stationed there. But it's not a problem, and it's not necessarily a fight. It's just that when we told them about the abyssal death shroud and the purpose of our trip, whether it was after the fight or sitting down calmly to talk about it in detail, they all resist or directly refuse. Chase me out. Or Yun Nuoxing twirled a strand of hair. She thought that she was used to twirling her hair, but when she took a closer look, it was the silver hair of the little angel. She could not help but be stunned. Chase me out. I Ching was a little troubled. Lord, we said that we can't act recklessly. We've tried our best to use a gentler method, but I've heard reports from others who came back from the edge of the upper realm. Although they've encountered resistance, they've also met very rational and far-sighted people who understood the situation. Although they didn't directly promise to help, they at least had the intention. Why is it so strange here? Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and glanced at him. I Ching frowned, as if he was thinking and reflecting on something. Just as we said, this was a young Empyrean god of origin. He was a little too young to see through many things. He thought for a moment and said, whether it was those who chased you out or those who directly agreed, they already understood the current situation. But it's useless to just talk about it. After all, the abyssal death shroud had nothing to do with them in the early stages. As long as they don't face the true power and danger of that thing, no matter how wise they are, they can't really understand what kind of existence that thing is. Those who fly into a rage out of humiliation may not necessarily refuse to help. Those who hurriedly agree to help may not necessarily contribute the most. It's all an illusion. It's all appearances. Everything can only be seen clearly on the battlefield. Patient contact and explanation may sound fine, but the actual efficiency is unknown. Your patience may not necessarily lead to the same result. As I Ching listened, his furrowed brows slowly relaxed. He rolled his eyes and seemed to understand something. What did Qing Jun and the others do? I Ching was stunned for a moment and pondered for a moment. Brother Qing, after Lord Hui gave him a warning, he restrained himself a little, but he still went straight in. Well, now you guys do this. Ignore Hui. He is too indecisive. No, he is not indecisive. He is just not clear about what needs to be done at the moment. He mistakenly thought that going to each world and gathering everyone would be enough. You don't have to do this. Yun Nuoxing shook his head, looked straight at him, and said, you should just barge into that world and look for the people you can talk to. The bigger the commotion, the better. Regardless of whether you want to beat them up or something else, it's fine as long as you can establish the conditions for an equal conversation or convince them to trust you. Then, spread the information that you want to tell them. Don't just tell them everything. There are so many worlds that you can talk to them like they're dead. Once you've told them the most important thing, you can leave without mentioning anything else. You can even directly grab the world core and use the information torrent to inform them of everything. However, that would greatly disrupt the life forms at the bottom of the hierarchy and cause great chaos. You might also have to bear a lot of unnecessary hostility, so it's best that you leave after you've told them what you want to tell them. I Ching's eyes widened. Don't mention anything? Don't even mention our things? Don't mention anything. Your every move has already brought them what they want to know. Whether it is a unified world or not, there will always be people there who understand your actions. That is enough. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. What we need to do is not to ally with anyone, nor to gather forces. Instead, we need to announce all of this and everything that the void is currently facing to the world, so that they would not be clueless when the calamity strikes. Furthermore, we should not start from the upper realm, but from the middle realm. That is where the war would truly begin, the first battlefield and the first line of defense. As for when the war begins, everything will be clear. Everything that happens then will be real. The war and the calamity will erupt right before their eyes. Those who want to be cowards and chase after them won't have much of an effect. Those who want to charge and break through the enemy lines will do so even if you don't tell them, because you have already told them everything. As for whether they believe it or not, those who receive the news will not be idiots. Even if they don't believe it verbally, they will still take a look at the void of the middle plane. I Ching came to a realization. It doesn't matter if what we say is true or false. Those guys will judge for themselves and see for themselves whether it's true or not. So what we need to do is to let everyone know about it, right? Yun Nuoxing nodded. I Ching was very excited as he imagined it for a while. When he fully understood, he suddenly jumped up in excitement. I'll go tell the others right now. If you're worried about the future, then do your best to leave a good impression on the people of other worlds. That way, when the war starts, we'll be able to discuss an alliance. At least, I won't be too concerned, Yun Nuoxing casually said. I Ching clasped his fist heavily. Yes, Lord Observer. Then the air became silent. I Ching abruptly regained his senses and realized that his respectful greeting seemed a little. Cold sweat immediately broke out. Am I going to die? He turned his head stiffly, only to find that Yun Nuoxing had only nodded faintly. She waved her hand without looking back. All right, go. She doesn't seem to care at all. I Ching stuck out his tongue and hurriedly slipped away. Yun Nuoxing did not care at all. because he felt that his identity should have been known long ago. Based on his quarrel with Hui, he should have been recognized long ago. Anyway, he did not deliberately hide his identity. The reason why the world did not know that he was the observer was because he was too lazy to say it. If they recognized him, then so be it. If not, then so be it. Anyway, it would not affect anything. It was just in line with his identity as the observer, hiding in the dark. After spending another day to completely eliminate the source energy, Yun Nuoxing left a note to inform Hui, who was still resting. He also set up a few more layers of protection. Then, he agreed to the request of the little angel a few days ago to take it to the void to play. Although he did not know what was so fun in the chaotic and boundless void, well, as long as it was happy. In the next few years, the chaos in the void evolved to the extreme as he expected. Everywhere he went, he could see chaotic energy bursting out. The realm of the gods was peaceful. After the shock, there was a year of peace. Then, there were beings heading to the realm of the gods again. But this time, they were not jumping around on top of the realm of the gods. It was as if they were really on a pilgrimage to the realm of the gods. Although no one knew what these gods were thinking, it did not matter. Many of the warriors of the realm of the gods had returned, those who were directly controlled by the guardians, and those from the ancient imperial world continued to complete their tasks in the void. Their focus had already shifted from the upper plane to the middle plane. Yun Nuoxing and the others did not expect that they would be gone for decades. The main reason was that Hui did not show any signs of waking up. At first, Yun Nuoxing thought that Hui was resting and recuperating. But looking at the situation, Yun Nuoxing guessed that Hui might be preparing. He was preparing to reactivate the protection of the first great deity. For this, he needed to sleep for a period of time to prepare. As for the realm of the gods, it was probably the quietest place in the entire void. Even the Saint Spirit realm and the Changyuan realm had some troubles. Most of them were brought there by outsiders. The shock of the attack that time did not keep the realm of the gods quiet for such a long time. The main reason was that many of the gods in the realm of the gods had returned. They managed to control the situation in time. As far as Yun Nuoxing knew, the realm of the gods was actually very lively now. It was already lively. Now, with the resonance of the timeline, there were a lot of neighboring worlds. The void was as lively as ever. Yun Nuoxing had taken over many things while Hui was in hibernation. Based on the feedback from I Ching and the others, their activities were going smoothly. They had informed many worlds over the past few decades. However, those worlds were still a very small part of the void, so small that it was difficult. That's right. Yun Nuoxing had suggested that some of the worlds that were already aware and would cooperate to help spread the information. It took decades just to let those worlds know about the information. It was hard to imagine how many world-like clusters existed in the void now, and how many worlds with life existed in those light clusters. Oh, by the way, there were some worlds that immediately agreed to cooperate after learning of the union. Those were actually special worlds, unified worlds that were only above average in terms of strength in the void and deeply aware of the danger of the abyssal death shroud. They might have already known about the abyssal death shroud before I Ching and the others sent people there, perhaps having come into contact with it and being aware of its horrors, which was why they showed such cooperation when I Ching and the others brought that information. Apart from those, there were not many worlds that showed such cooperation. Still, it did not matter. When reality crushed the void and stuck to their faces, those people would know what reality was like. Now, let those people be immersed in self-deceiving or self-deceiving. Furthermore, according to I Ching, even if some worlds showed resistance, there would still be many living beings who carried their own ideals to explore that terrible place. perhaps reality was not as despairing as I Ching had said. As for the people on the void front line, they were still so salted fish. In Yun Nuoshing's eyes, they were salted fish. They had their own little tricks in the dark, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. Speaking of which, the void front line was not under his control. It was only because of the information from I Ching and Qingjun that he reluctantly used his brain to think about it for a minute, and then left it at that. In fact, according to Yun Nuoshing's calculations, I Ching and the others could not and did not need to thoroughly inform the entire void. It was likely that it would be too late. Before he arrived, the life forms of other worlds might have already known about the existence of that thing and realized that it was not the scenery of the origin world, either actively or passively. The active part was to understand it now, while the passive part was to wait until the beginning of the war in the future. Speaking of the origin world, it had been a few decades since then. Basically, all the living beings in the void knew where they had come from. They were not sure where the origin world had suddenly appeared next to them. They expressed great shock and then fought even more fiercely in the void. As for the past few decades, Yun Nuoshing and the little angel had been traveling outside in the name of traveling, inspecting the entire void, and occasionally throwing 2 undiscovered upper and middle planes back to them. They had never returned to the realm of the gods. In the past few decades, the 2 people had been traveling hand in hand. Whether Yun Nuoshing was proud or did not dare to admit it, their relationship had indeed been slowly warming up. The saying of love over time once again had an effect on the heavenly god whose chain of heart had failed. Even though he had repeatedly emphasized that he did not have feelings for her, in the face of the teasing and coquettish behavior of the little angel, he was still very honest, blushing. She and the little angel had indeed left a shadow in his heart. He could no longer tell whether the person he cared about was her or the little angel, because these 2 people were basically the same person. After a few decades, Yun Nuoshing had also successfully refined the power of origin completely. His energy had turned crimson as he expected, a darker reddish-black color. He felt that he was about to be summoned by the heavenly god of destruction. Boom! In the void, a violent burst of destructive energy suddenly erupted. The crimson and silver energy blended together and swept away a large area of the void. A few seconds later, the wildly spreading energy storm shrank and turned into a huge, mysterious symbol that was engraved in the void. Then it slowly disappeared. Phew! Yun Nuoshing breathed a sigh of relief. He waved at a nearby meteorite in the void. "Little girl, let's go." A holy figure appeared behind him, accompanied by gentle whispers. The moment she appeared, she naturally wrapped her arms around his neck from behind and pressed her soft body against his. She smiled gently and asked, "Where are we going next?" Yun Nuoshing had long since gotten used to this. He also habitually reached out and pulled the little angel's wings over his body. As he did so, he turned around and walked into the void. "Yes, let me think about it. I've been playing in the middle planes for a long time. How about going back to the upper planes to play?" There was a gentle smile on the little angel's face. She gently rubbed her face against his. Okay, the 2 of them disappeared into the void. However, the void didn't calm down. The huge, mysterious red symbol that they had just left behind suddenly flickered. A moment later, a dim crimson sea of light lit up in the void in the distance. It seemed to be responding to the 2 of them across the void. Chapter 1278. Time slipped away as time passed. A few years in a short period, a decade in a short period, a century in a short period. But in reality, it was not that long. 76 years had passed since the resonance of the timeline and the arrival of countless worlds. Compared to the entire history of the void and the time of the heavenly gods, These two-digit years were pitifully short and negligible. However, after 76 years, the void was still as lively as ever. 2 years ago, it had just reached its climax, and the climax had yet to come to an end. Some worlds had caused conflicts after they descended, and they fought day and night. Finally, there was a situation where the upper echelons of the world had a decisive battle. With the mentality of mutual destruction, dozens of worlds were buried in the void. That was what everyone saw, and that was what they thought. In fact, those dozens of worlds were thrown to other places by the combined forces of Yunua planet and the little angel who were watching the battle, and they were taken away without anyone knowing. The decades of war in the void had ushered in the most chaotic period due to the decisive battle between the upper echelons of several worlds. Like a chain reaction, decisive battles broke out one after another, with both sides suffering losses and destruction. It was hard to imagine that the parties involved in these fierce battles did not know each other 100 years ago, but after squeezing into the same world, an equally infinite world, they suddenly clashed without end, and would not stop until one side was completely annihilated. The loss of the entire void, in fact, the loss of a few worlds, was insignificant to the entire world and the entire Order faction. There were very few Empyrean gods of origin, with only 4 or 5 of them appearing in an ordinary world of light. But in the entire void, there were suddenly countless voids in the world of light, and at this point, the Empyrean gods of origin were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. It looked like they were gathered together, but in fact, when divided evenly across the entire void, the number of Empyrean gods of origin was still pitifully small. Looking away, aside from the chaos in the void, a strange creation had appeared in the void, connecting all the world orbs in the void passage. It was said that the inspiration came from the world group. When the huge world orbs came together, there would be a thread connecting them to form a huge structure. The world orbs would no longer wander alone in the void. The huge structure formed by countless world orbs was the world group. And then the guy who made the void passage had an idea when he saw the thread. It was actually turning the thread from illusory to solid, directly connecting the nearby world orbs directly. From then on, even if one could not cross the void with their own power, they could use the void passage to cross the world orbs. After the invention of the void passage, many worlds were connected in a short period of time. It was a result of the combined power of the beings and races in each world. Although there was still a meaningless battle going on above, the worlds were already connected before anyone could react. From that day on, crossing the void to other world orbs was no longer a privilege for the post-gods. Things that happened outside the top level also became more interesting. Even if some worlds were hostile, there were many beings coming and going between them. After all, those hostile relationships were the affairs of the higher-ups. Although there was only a small number of Empyrean gods and a little more Empyrean gods in the entire world orb, there were a lot of basic beings. Those who were not the masters of the world were the actual masters of those worlds. The former understood this, and so did not get rid of the void passage. The realm of the gods was still lively. After all, that was a daily life in the realm of the gods, as well as in the void. 76 years had passed, and many outsiders had arrived in the realm of the gods. However, as the realm of the gods was nearing unification, after 1,000 years of fighting in the middle planes with the guardians, those absolute beings of the upper echelons had basically formed a battle line. Sometimes the disciples and elders of some transcendental factions would fight amongst themselves, while their primogenitors and hierarchs would sit around drinking tea and chatting merrily. What they meant was that it was just a small squabble between the younger generation, so it was fine as long as nothing happened. The old ones had to guard against more powerful enemies. Lord Maple, half of the worlds in the middle planes have already been notified. They are all at the front lines, and quite a number of them have sensibly joined forces in the Middle Plains to guard against the abyssal death mist. Through their announcements to other worlds, things should be much faster in the future, but there are still many worlds that don't know about it. Oh, what I mean is, they know about the abyssal death mist, but they don't know much about it. Those fellows in the upper plains are busy with their civil wars, but I don't believe that they really don't know about that thing in the Middle Plains. Moreover, they definitely saw the void seal that sealed off the Middle and Upper Plains. It's just that those people are still busy with their civil wars, so they don't know about it at all. As expected, it's not that they can't keep their spirits up when they see the danger in front of them, right? Kid, let me tell you something more realistic. Even if some people know that the abyssal death mist is a disaster, even if they know that there will be a day when they have to go to war with that thing, for example, there's still 1,000 days before the war starts, they would definitely use the 999 days to do something irrelevant. On the last day, they would urgently meet the battle, and then collapse on the second day. Not even ashes would be left behind under the attack of the abyssal death mist. Green grinned. I think I've already met those people. Not long ago, when I came out of the Huia continent, the Origin Master there seemed to have such an attitude. I just don't know if he's pretending or... Apart from that, there's a lot of interesting things. Lord Fong, you'll definitely be interested. I've already sent them to you. Also, 10 years ago, we discovered the distorted life form you mentioned, but we lost all contact 5 years ago. There's still no result at the moment, but we can be sure that your guess is right. There's definitely a life form in the void, and their life form is called distorted. We're still looking for it, but we still haven't found anything. These fellows with special missions also wandered the luminous orbs of various worlds, occasionally participating in the battles of the origin gods. Putting it nicely, they were just having some fun with the origin gods of other worlds. Perhaps they would gain something, but I Ching knew that the fellow whose mind was filled with the idea of recklessly traversing the void was just itching for something to do. After all, the high-tier Empyrean gods of origin produced by the realm of gods would be a disaster for the current void war. I Ching added, there are some worlds that do have things worth seeing. The luminous orb I just left had many living lands connected together. One of them was even intercepted by the life forms of other worlds when he was trying to break through to the Empyrean god of origin. However, that was a unified world, and he managed to resist the attack with the power of the entire world. In that world, there was a pinnacle Empyrean god of origin who tried to break through to the primeval stage. He failed. The laws of the void slapped him so hard that he almost dropped his realm. Yun Nuoshing looked at the two images in front of him. Today was the day of regular communication. He was listening to I Ching and Qing Jun's reports and, at the same time, using this information to determine the situation in the void that might or might not be important. Speaking of which, this regular communication had already been in place since he took over the realm of gods. However, 20 years ago, when Hui woke up, he emphasized this to I Ching and Qing Jun. The purpose was to prevent Yun Nuoshing from sitting in a certain place for 100 million years and forgetting about him. In any case, when I Ching tattled on him, he was speechless. The little angel beside him was laughing so hard that his wings were cramping. That's right. Lord Feng, that brat I Ching has finally reached the mid-tier of origin. Qing Jun suddenly laughed out loud, causing I Ching, who was in the image next to him, to look embarrassed. He had only said a few words to I Ching and did not think about reporting it. After all, it was just a small matter. Lord Feng had to keep an eye on the battle situation in the void, so how could he have the time to care about such a small matter? Oh, not bad. You finally reached the mid-tier. Yun Nuoshing nodded and smiled faintly. Both I Ching and Qing Jun were stunned. This reaction was a little beyond their imagination. However, a young man is still a young man. His realm has gone up, but his experience and state of mind have not yet reached that level. You are the youngest Empyrean god of origin I have ever seen. There are still many things about you that have not reached this realm. Do not be complacent. You will not be considered an immortal until time washes over you to a certain extent. Yun Nuoxing immediately said in a deep voice. I Ching hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I understand. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. He had been paying attention to this young Empyrean god of origin for some time. Of course, it was because of Hui. After all, he seemed to take good care of the young man. There must be a reason why he was able to become an Empyrean god of origin so early. However, he did not intend to look into it. After all, it was someone else's business. As long as it did not affect the realm of gods, he would not look into it. What's the situation over at the Abyssal Death Mist? Both I Ching and Qing Jun, who were still smiling and staring blankly a moment ago, instantly retracted their expressions and became calm, serious, and solemn. Qing Jun said, I have inspected 1/3 of the area within the void blockade line. The Abyssal Death Mist is not moving at all. However, there are still some uneasy auras surging in the lower planes. There are many more distorted creations in the void. Combined with what I know before, I believe that those are new worlds that have been attacked. We still haven't discovered those worlds that are very far away before the underworld. The middle plane. It's very far away from the area where the void is concentrated. This area has expanded a lot, and it took me some time to reach the border between the sealing circle and the abyssal death shroud. After extending the sealing circle's range, I only found a small portion of the world lights and couldn't see much more. However, logically speaking, the place I went to should still have world lights, and after I checked, I found that there were indeed world lights in that area of the void. Perhaps they have suffered some disaster. Yun Nuoxing muttered. The underworld's actions seem to be resonating with the timeline. Many worlds in the timeline fused together and sped up a little. They still could not find a way to stop the underworld from moving. They could only watch as they moved bit by bit. It was not that the world of order did not change at all. I Ching and Qing Jun were also speeding up, trying their best to mentally prepare all the worlds before the underworld launched a large-scale operation. After a moment, he sighed. It was still very difficult. Both of them heard his sigh and sighed softly. There was still a long way to go. After the report, Yun Nuoxing fell silent. Sitting on a meteorite in the starry sky of a world, he stretched his legs and sighed lazily. The figure of the little angel appeared beside him. Both of her hands were holding a ball of brilliant golden energy the size of a wash basin. It was the concentrated divine power. It was so concentrated that it was a little abnormal. In the real world, the existence of this ball of energy alone could seriously distort the void, time, space, and rules. Is this report over? Did something big happen in the void recently? She sat down beside him and hugged him with one of her wings. Then she handed the ball of energy over. Here, this is the amount for this time. Yun Nuoxing took the ball of divine power that had condensed into a solid form. She tossed it up and down in her hand. A dark red energy appeared in her eyes. The energy flowed into the ball of energy. The dark red energy could be seen dissolving into water like a pigment. Gradually, the ball of energy was dyed dark red. Then, the ball of dark red energy shrank into a mysterious dark red rune in the ball of light. Threads of energy spread out from the ball of light. It seemed to have completely connected the ball of divine power with itself. After the creation was completed, Yun Nuoxing tossed the ball of energy up and down like a ball. Then She threw it into the void and disappeared. The little angel looked at the few steps. The symbol that appeared in the ball of divine power was different from the one they made in the lower plane. She looked at Yun Nuoshing and asked, "How many more do we have to set up?" Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and stretched out his hand to count with his fingers. Well, actually, this action was completely useless. He thought for a moment and said, "There are less than 2,000 left. But, no matter how many we set up, these things will not be enough. No matter how much we prepare, it will not be enough." When that day comes, the little angel stared at him. She leaned her head on his shoulder and sighed softly. They already knew the outcome of the war before it even started. Only the two of them in the entire void knew about it. Those in the underworld might also know about it. However, they probably knew about it because they were confident in their own power. On the other hand, they already knew the outcome. Even so, they did not directly give up the struggle. Or rather, it was because they knew the outcome that they would rebel even more crazily. They wanted to see a different outcome, wanted to see if there was another outcome. So, in the 76 years of their journey, both of them had been setting up those things. That was the proof of their resistance, and this world would know about it. In those 76 years, they had also witnessed many things in the void. They had gone to the lower plane and saw many broken world balls of light before them. They also saw many nameless gigantic corpses being swallowed by the void. What happened here had long been settled. It was an ending and history. The scene repeated many times because they had seen it so many times that they were no longer surprised. The only thing that surprised them was that ever since they noticed that the approaching footsteps of the void turbulence had destroyed their distorted creations, they could not see those things anymore. They did not know if they were all destroyed or something else. After leaving the ball of energy in the void, Yun Nuoshing pulled Little Angel to her feet. "Let's go to the next place to play." Little Angel could not help but grumble. "So, bringing me to those places you chose to inspect and set things up counts as playing too?" "No." Yun Nuoshing smiled and shook her head. 80% of them were chosen by you." Then she took Little Angel's hand. "Anyway, it's all about playing. You're the happiest when you're on your own. Have you forgotten?" The little angel lowered its head and grumbled. That idiot had accompanied it out to play with half of the purpose. Little Angel knew that very well, but that was enough. Little Angel thought it through and could not help but smile. "All right, where are we going next?" The void before them was indeed not a good place to play. Little Angel only regretted that she did not meet him when they were at a bottleneck. Right now, the two of them were holding hands as they traveled the void. That was enough. Let me think about it," Yun Nuoshing replied, and pulled Little Angel into the void. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "Why don't we go back to the realm of the gods to play?" Little Angel was stunned for a moment. "Aren't there still 2,000? Well, there's still a part that hasn't been completed. But personally, I don't think it's a big problem. As for that part, I want to go back and think about it. This level might not be enough, but there's no point in just thinking about it. The realm of the gods is the first realm. Before we left, a large number of people had gathered there because of its reputation or came to challenge us. After leaving for a few years, it should be more lively there. Looking at other things might give us some inspiration." Yun Nuoshing said. Little Angel could not help but laugh bitterly when she heard this level might not be enough. She did not know what level the level was, but every rune, both of them needed to rest for a while after each rune was set up. Before the next setup, they needed to recover to their peak condition. Along the way, they had set up an astronomical number of runes. But there was indeed a risk that it would not be enough. After all, there were at least 12 primeval gods. It was no wonder that little angel would say that no matter how prepared they were, it would not be enough. Little Angel thought for a moment, turned around, and clung to Little Angel. "Up to you. I'll go wherever you take me." Yun Nuashing smiled. "Then let's go back and have a look. It's been a while since we went back. I wonder if we has woken up." Chapter 1279. Dozens of years had passed, and countless powerful beings had descended upon the celestial realm, bringing about a huge impact. This immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Almost every being in the celestial realm was paying attention to this matter. Even if the extraterrestrial visitors did not bring destruction, there were still countless people who were worried, panicked, and worried that a disaster would descend upon the celestial realm. However, these worries were all dispelled when the Empyrean gods returned. The panic in the celestial realm lasted for less than 3 days before it calmed down. It was probably the shortest large-scale panic in history. There was not even a riot. The Empyrean gods, who did not have the time to take advantage of the weak defense of the celestial realm, were immediately restrained. It did not matter if they were planning to abuse their power or if they were here for a pilgrimage. It was always a relief to have some Empyrean gods remaining in the celestial realm. After all, even ordinary people knew about the chaos in the void. Even if they were far away from the void, it did not prevent them from knowing about it. The Empyrean gods of the celestial realm rarely fought as they were more busy with matters in the void. That's right, after they returned, some of them left, and on the day of their return, they caused a huge commotion. It was all to announce to the other extraterrestrial visitors that the celestial realm was still overseeing the celestial realm. Well, although it was just a facade, it did make the celestial realm calmer than other places in the void to some extent. If 2 or 3 Empyrean gods of origin were allowed to come out for a stroll, it would basically guarantee that no major disaster would befall the celestial realm. The affairs of the upper echelons were the affairs of the upper echelons. The outsiders and the upper echelons of the celestial realm would not casually start a war for no reason. Currently, the most lively group was still the younger generation. Oh, that was nonsense. That age group had always been overly lively. They only needed to slowly grow up and did not need to care too much about the trivial matters of the void. There was still time now, and their strength might be needed in the future. Since the last time Lord Observer spread the news through I Ching and Qing Jun's mouths, the divine gods who saw the boys from the outer realm stirring up trouble in the divine realm thought about it and decided not to bother with them. They allowed them to stir up trouble in the divine realm, and then they were pinned to the ground by the younger generation of the divine realm to teach them a lesson. It was a very lively scene. Those young guys came to the divine realm with the divine gods from the outer realm. They also knew the name of the first major world of the divine realm. But after all, they were still too young, like newborn calves who were not afraid of tigers. They had not yet tasted the other side of the divine realm. So naturally, they were not in awe of this world like their elders. For them, it seemed like they had just changed a place to play and fight. Then they were pressed to the ground and taught a lesson. From then on, the divine realm was left with a lingering shadow in their hearts, Yun Nuashing, and the little angel had not been back for long. After asking around a little, they learned about the recent happenings in the divine realm. However, they were not very interested in what they heard, so they left that place. Just as they were about to go back and check on Huey's situation, they encountered something that concerned him. A race that had been destroyed in the divine realm had actually reappeared in the divine realm. However, they had come here as outsiders. He couldn't help but think for a moment, pulling the little angel with him. He hurriedly caught up with the few young guys who were still very young. Little guys in front, wait a moment. The few young men and women were also taken aback when they were suddenly stopped. After sensing the energy that was completely impossible to categorize and identify from the other party's body, they all quieted down a little. A man walked up solemnly. "Senior, may I know what you're looking for?" "You're members of the Void Spirit Tribe." Yun Nuashing swept her gaze over the few people and asked very straightforwardly. The few of them were also slightly taken aback. The characteristics of their tribe were very troublesome to explain, but one of their characteristics was that they were basically unrecognizable. Regardless of whether it was the difference in cultivation base or other special characteristics, it was very difficult to sense. This was because their tribe was extremely compatible with the laws of nature. They were able to merge their existence with the laws of nature, making it difficult for people to distinguish which was which. If one were to look too deeply into it, they would only be confusing themselves. The fact that this person in front of them was able to identify their tribe at a glance meant that he must have known members of this tribe before. Furthermore, their relationship with them should be quite deep. With this in mind, the few of them relaxed a little. The man cupped his hands in a serious manner. "Yes, Senior, may I know who you are?" Yun Nuashing gave a soft "oh" in response. "I know a few old guys from the Void Spirit Tribe. However, they've already passed away a long time ago. There's no longer any trace of the Void Spirit Tribe in the realm of the gods. I didn't think that I'd be able to see members of the Void Spirit Tribe again." As she spoke, she took out a purple bead from her pendant. There was even a small triangle inside it. She placed it in the young man's hand. "This is what they left behind. All right, it's been returned to its rightful owner. It's time to let bygones be bygones." Just by hearing this, they were a little doubtful and a little skeptical. However, when they saw the purple bead with a triangle embedded in it, the few Void Spirit Tribe youths were all startled. Sorrow appeared on their faces. That was the symbol of their tribe. This meant that this person's words were 80% true. The Void Spirit Tribe in the realm of the gods had already, after they calmed down a little, Yun Nuashing learned from them that the Void Spirit Tribe wasn't an original tribe that was born in the realm of the gods. Instead, they came from the void. They were visitors from an upper plane of the origin world. However, they had arrived a very long time ago. It could be traced back to the early stages of this era. The Void Spirit Tribe of the past never returned. Many years later, they finally sent back news that they had settled down in the realm of the gods. That was how this tribe came to be. The Void Spirit Tribe knew the name of the first great world. However, they didn't know its specific location. Thus, they had never been able to find it. Currently, many people from the void were heading to the realm of the gods, and they had found this place. However, they didn't expect that too much time had passed. The Void Spirit Tribe, and his tribe had already. The world where the Void Spirit Tribe lived was relatively weak. Perhaps that ancestor had some misgivings, so he didn't move his entire tribe here. The man's mood was a little gloomy as he sighed. Looking at the current situation, perhaps his misgivings were correct. Even the entire Void Spirit Tribe had become a thing of the past in the realm of the gods. If you want to take a look at the place where the Void Spirit Tribe once lived, Yun Nuashing pointed into the distance. "Go straight in this direction, and you'll see a massive palm print. The palm print branded into the ground is right there." After saying this, Yun Nuashing disappeared on the spot with the little angel. The Void Spirit Tribe youngsters cupped their fists in salute toward the direction he had disappeared. They looked at each other and changed their original direction. Instead, they headed in the direction Yun Nuashing had pointed. Did this tribe really exist in the realm of the gods? High up in the sky, the little angel looked at the departing group. Then she turned to him with a curious expression. Yun Nuashing nodded. They did exist. They were a very mysterious tribe in the realm of the gods. They were already a tribe when I met them. That void spirit tribe might have arrived in the realm of the gods much earlier than I thought. How did they get wiped out in the end? At the mention of this, he fell silent for a moment. Then he rubbed his bangs and said, I don't remember clearly. I think that tribe was wiped out because of something. They were wiped out by the combined forces of several other forces. As for who did it, I don't really remember. Looks like it really was a long time ago. He doesn't really remember this. The little angel shrugged. Judging from his attitude toward those people, they probably weren't very close friends. Well, there was no point in worrying about that. On top of a small mountain, Yun Nuoshing and the others had left this place for 76 years. When they returned, they found that there was a golden cocoon hanging in the air of this hidden space. Silk threads extended from the cocoon and finally connected to the incongruous building. Two kinds of energy were emitted from the cocoon. One was the energy of the guardian, and the other was the energy of his observer. Both of them were related to the realm of the gods. When they returned to this space and saw the fat cocoon, both of them were slightly stunned. They looked at the fat cocoon and then looked at the building along the silk threads. Then they looked at each other. Although they didn't know what the fat cocoon was for, they thought that it should have something to do with the sleeping guardian. Also, it probably had something to do with him. Yun Nuoshing, gently pushing open the door of the building, both of them sneakily poked their heads in. What they saw was Hui, who was still sleeping on the bed. The silk threads of the fat cocoon were indeed connected to his body. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and walked forward boldly. Without even looking at the guy lying on the bed, he raised his hand and slapped him without saying a word. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap made the little angel close his eyes. His body and wings trembled. When he opened his eyes, he saw his palm on Huey's face. His cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Well, it seems that this guy hasn't woken up yet. Yun Nuoshing nodded. When he saw the stunned look on the little angel's face, he couldn't help but smile. It's okay. Let's say hello and see if that guy is dead. It seems that he's still alive and well. The little angel's eyebrows twitched. This way of greeting was really unique. But these two guys were really weird. One slept with the other, and the bed didn't seem to be empty at all. After returning to the small mountain, Yun Nuoshing and the little angel immediately relaxed. They originally planned to walk around the Pantheon realm to see if there were other visitors from the outside world, but they changed their plans after discovering that Hui had made a strange fat cocoon. At the moment, they still didn't know what the fat cocoon that contained the energy of two divine domains in the Pantheon realm was for. Hui couldn't wake up, so they decided to stay here for a while. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. The two of them were the only ones moving around in the small mountain. Hui showed no signs of waking up. The fat cocoon collected a lot of energy every day. Occasionally, it would also collect some energy from the bottom of the Pantheon realm that made Yun Nuoshing's eyes twitch, the origin energy. This was the third type of energy that the fat cocoon collected. After it absorbed the origin energy, there was no movement. No one knew what was happening inside the cocoon, and there was no sign that anything was about to break out of the cocoon. Yun Nuoshing floated in the air with his arms crossed as he looked at the cocoon in front of him. His eyes flashed with a faint silver light as he looked at the scene inside. It was a cloud of chaotic energy with many characters engraved on it. Those characters hurt Yun Nuoshing's eyes when he looked at them. Those were characters from the mythological era. What made him feel speechless was that he couldn't fully recognize those characters. They seemed to be the characters of the first generation of the divine language. After combining with the origin energy, there seemed to be some strange changes. Unfortunately, he couldn't see any changes at all. He spent a lot of effort to deduce, but all he got was a lot of chaotic information. It probably has something to do with Huey's reactivating the protection of the first generation's great deity. This was the conclusion that he came to after observing for 3 days. At this time, Yun Nuoxing's eyes were darting around like a mosquito coil, and some characters of the divine language flew through his mind from time to time. He was completely confused and couldn't make sense of it at all. The only reason he came to this conclusion was because he remembered that he talked to Hui about this before leaving the Pantheon realm. Other than that, he couldn't figure out what that guy was doing at all. After soaking in the lake for a while, Yun Nuoxing floated to the surface of the water and let out a long sigh. That guy was really confusing. He didn't even give him a heads up before doing all this. If it wasn't for the fact that he could feel that Huey's current state was completely normal, he would have thought that that guy had touched some strange thing like him and couldn't wake up. After waking up for a while, Yun Nuoxing floated into the air. He gently raised his right hand and slowly clenched it. The entire sky collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Space, the void, the time barrier, and the primordial realm barrier all collapsed, twisted, and merged into one. After that, a spherical barrier was formed that enveloped this part of the world. Countless mixed and complicated energies fused into this layer of barrier. The sky was distorted, but after the barrier was formed, it slowly returned to its original state. Yun Nuoxing clapped his hands. This barrier, other than him and those guys who suddenly appeared in the void, no one else could break it. He was worried that we would suddenly go into seclusion and go into a deep sleep like this. The main reason was that he was worried that we would suddenly leave and wouldn't have time to come back to deal with anything. It was better to set up the barrier first, so that he could leave the realm of the gods with peace of mind when the time came. With a wave of his hand, the distorted state of the space returned to normal. Yun Nuoxing sat on a huge rock by the lake and raised his head to bask in the sun for a long time. He closed his eyes and was about to take a nap when a loud noise suddenly came from the barrier. He was stunned for a moment. He quickly raised his head and saw a ripple flash by. This made him confirm that something had indeed hit the barrier just now. Which guy has nothing better to do than to attack this place? Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. That attack was obviously not powerful enough. However, what made him speechless was that the barrier had just been set up. Why did someone attack it? Boo-hoo! Little star, my door is blocked. I ran into the wall. Boo-hoo, it hurts. My nose is collapsed. Just as he was about to close his eyes and continue to take a nap, a pitiful voice rang out in his mind. He was stunned again and again. He suddenly remembered that his little angel went out to play this morning. So that sound just now was the sound of it hitting the barrier. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. He laughed dryly and hurriedly ran to the side of the barrier to open it. He saw his little angel rubbing her red little nose. Her golden eyes were filled with tears, and her pair of wings were constantly flapping, as if to tell him how much pain she was in. Well, I closed the door and forgot that you were outside. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and laughed bitterly. When the little angel walked in and heard this, she was stunned for a long time. Her beautiful and wholly pretty face became resentful and unhappy at a speed visible to the naked eye within 3 seconds. She ground her 2 little canine teeth left, and right Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly. He closed the door and hugged the little angel in his arms. He kissed her forehead and rubbed her silver-white hair. All right, it's my fault this time. I was thinking too deeply about things and forgot. Thinking about things? Hearing these 3 words, she suddenly quieted down. The resentment and gloominess on her face disappeared. She asked with concern, "Did I disturb you?" "Not really. It just ended. Well, if you didn't run into the wall, I would have continued to think about things. However, it's not something that needs to be dealt with right now. Yun Nuashing shook his head and told her about the fat cocoon. Restart the protection of the great deity of origin, she repeated softly. She looked at the fat cocoon and sighed. Yun Nuashing did not give an answer immediately. Instead, he made another deduction in his heart. After confirming the answer again, he nodded. At least 1,000 years. This is the lower limit. The upper limit might be 10,000 years. Sigh, I can't say for sure. This matter is even more dangerous than the time-axis resonance. This is something that is done on the basis of the void of the Deyuan realm. Moreover, he is disguised as the origin great deity. No, it is as if he is overstepping his authority to do this. Although I already know the outcome, I still have to be honest. This matter might be fatal if it is not handled properly. Seeing his gloomy face as if he was about to let his imagination run wild, the little angel shook her head helplessly. It seemed that if she did not break the door and enter in time, he would indeed fall into a deeper level of wild imagination. After a moment, she remembered the reason why she hurried back. She suddenly jumped up. "Oh, right, I found something interesting. You will definitely be interested in it." "Something interesting?" Yun Nuashing tilted her head. The little angel grinned and said mysteriously, "I found a kind of physique." Yun Nuashing, who was just a little interested, lost interest in an instant. She swung her hand and pulled little angel back. "If you found a physique, then so be it. It's normal that there are physiques that I don't know about in the void. There's nothing to be surprised about. In this life, I'm still immortal. I don't have any special physique, but I still became an observer in the realm of the gods." Little Angel's face was covered in cold sweat. She quickly covered his mouth. "All right, listen to me. You know that physique. I think you will definitely care about it." Yun Nuashing moved her lips and found that she could not speak. She raised her eyebrows and threw a look at Little Angel. "Oh." Little Angel pursed her lips and smiled. She tiptoed and leaned into his arms. Her red lips were close to his ear as she whispered, "The body of the 5 elements. It's the same physique as Sister Xian." Maybe because she had completely put herself in the role of Ming, she unconsciously changed the way she addressed him. Oh, that's not the point. When Yun Nuashing heard those 4 words, he was also stunned. He could not help but think of that beautiful figure in his mind. That dark purple figure had already left such a deep impression in his heart that even when he mentioned something related to her, he could not help but think of her. The little angel smiled and let go of her hand that was covering his mouth. She wrapped her hand around his waist and flapped her wings gently. A pair of golden Mei Mao eyes looked at him with some kind of conviction. A few minutes later, Yun Nuashing suddenly took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He looked down and saw Little Angel smiling triumphantly. He shook his head helplessly. "Let's go and have a look." The bright smile on the little angel's face became more and more beautiful. She had already expected him to say that. After discovering and observing the owner of the physique for a while, she quickly flew back. Taiyuan territory. The holy city was called Taiyuan City. It was the holy city in the middle of Taiyuan territory. It was the same as the holy city in the divine land. In this era, Xingming City had not been built yet, and the realm of the gods was not as small as it was at that time. At this time, the holy city had temporarily set up a spacious square. There were many people sitting around the square. There were also many people floating in the air because they could not get a seat. On one side of the square, there was a tower-like building. Half of the building's height was a grandstand, which was divided into 2 sides. Just by looking at this building, what happened here today should not have happened suddenly. It should have been carefully prepared. In fact, it was indeed so. Today, there was a competition in the square. The two sides of the competition should be the people of the realm of the gods and the visitors from the realm of the gods. After all, the visitors from the realm of the gods had been integrated into the realm of the gods since a few decades ago. It was just that they were more erratic and did not have roots in the realm of the gods. Therefore, they were still called visitors from the realm of the gods. There were two figures on the square's battle stage. One was a girl in snow-white clothes. The elemental spirits of the 5 elements revolved around her. The 5-colored light reflected on her graceful body, making her look like an elemental lord. On the other side was a girl. Judging from the surrounding cheers, she seemed to be on the side of the visitors from the realm of the gods. Looking at her tottering appearance, she was almost unable to fight. When Yun Nuoshing and the others arrived, they saw the scene of the battle coming to an end. They directly appeared at the top of the tower. As soon as they stood firm, they saw the scene of the girl in green, clothes slowly falling down. They were stunned for a moment and did not understand what had happened. In terms of physique, the people of the realm of the gods are indeed stronger. 5 elements body. This is a legendary physique. TSK, that girl has already won 12 rounds in a row. There should be no need for the competition to continue. I'm just afraid that the other side will not accept it. Speaking of which, wasn't the matter between the two sides already settled? Why did it escalate to the point of fighting on the stage? Who knows what the people from the realm of the gods are thinking? Yun Nuoshing and the little angel looked at each other in confusion and shrugged. After a moment, their gazes fell on the girl in white. Anyway, let's wait and see. Chapter 1280. The battle in the arena did not stop because of the two's arrival. Everyone's eyes were focused on the intense battle in the arena. No one noticed the two figures on the high tower at all. Even the 2 spectator stands nearby did not notice them. Oh, speaking of the spectator stands, there were a few heavenly gods of origin here. There were 4 or 5 of them on the celestial realm's side. He even recognized them. Other than those few people, there were many other heavenly gods sitting there watching the show. Occasionally, they would look at the spectator stands beside them with disdain and ridicule. As for the spectator stands for the visitors from outside the realm, the number of people was pitifully small. There were only 10 people, and 3 of them were youngsters. Oh, there were also those who were lying on the ground, unable to move. There were more than 20 people, including them. Those were the opponents that the white-clothed girl had just thrown out. Right now, there was a battle going on. The visitors from outside the realm sent out a guy who seemed passable. He was actually in the Underworld King realm. Moreover, even though he was in the Underworld King realm, he was still being chased and beaten by the 5 Elements Constitution, who was only in the Divine Underworld realm. The 5 Elements Constitution of the Divine Underworld realm. Her own 5 elements origin can merge with the elements of heaven and earth and cultivate into the 5 elements spirit. You can understand it as the 5 elements origin having their own spirituality. Her affinity and control of the 5 elements is even higher than the divine body of the divine underworld realm. However, that's only the 5 elements energy. Seeing that he was interested in the battle of these little guys, she could not help but poke his face with her finger and teased, "You're also interested in the battle of these little guys?" Yun Nuoshing leaned on the top of the tower with his arms crossed. He was stunned for a moment when he heard that. In his memory, he was used to the exaggerated battles of the higher-ups. At this moment, he occasionally turned back to look at the battle of the little guys. How should he put it? He unexpectedly found it interesting. It felt like he was watching a show. Oh, this was too disrespectful. to both sides of the battle on the stage. However, he had no choice. He had been immersed in his role. If he was the white-clothed girl, he would have had a chance to end the battle a second ago, but she did not seize it. If he was the underworld king who was being chased away, he would have had a chance half a minute ago. If he seized it, he would have been able to strike back fiercely. After all, he could see that Pluto would definitely lose in 2 minutes, regardless of whether there were any accidents. In just a few breaths of time, the battle in the field was coming to an end as he expected. From the beginning to the end, the girl in white was suppressing Pluto. Within the range of the 5 elemental realm, no matter what the other party did, he would be watched by the 5 elemental spirits. He also had to divert a lot of his attention to suppress the suppression effect from the realm. As such, the battle ended in less than 5 minutes. The white-robed girl was clearly at ease, and her breathing was long and steady. It was very rare for her to run out of energy within her domain. In the end, she sent her opponent out of the battlefield with a light palm strike. She probably didn't want him to suffer too much of a defeat. There were several heavenly origin gods watching from the spectator stands, so she didn't dare to act too presumptuously. If something were to happen at such a close distance, even the heavenly origin gods of the god realm wouldn't be able to save him. Bang! When the extraterritorial Pluto— oh, that's right, he had the energy of a Pluto king. No one knew what his realm was called in their world, but no one cared. In short, when the Pluto king fell out of the field and convulsed, the spectators cheered. They were even more excited than if they had won the battle themselves. The white-robed girl responded to the earth-shattering cheers with a faint smile. She cupped her hands at the Pluto king and said, "Thank you for letting me win." The Pluto king's face darkened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood due to the intense turbulence in his heart. Then he fainted. The heavenly origin gods of the god realm also stood up with smiles on their faces. They smiled at the spectator stands next to them and said calmly, "Brotherly, I'm sorry. The disciples of the god realm value actual combat. Every one of them grew up bathed in blood and slaughter. They don't hold back when they fight on the stage. How about this? We have a good place to cultivate. We'll go there for a chat, and you can let your disciples cultivate there for a while. How about this?" The origin god, surnamed Lee's expression was a little gloomy. He looked at the white-robed girl with a slightly unfriendly expression, then looked at the heavenly origin gods in front of him. He casually waved his sleeve and suppressed his emotions. He nodded and said, "All right, then we won't hold back." Puffed. The little angel couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Her jade-like hands kept twisting Yun Nuoshing's waist, causing the latter to tremble like he was having convulsions. This girl really didn't know how to control her strength. "You don't plan on interacting with her?" After laughing, she hung herself on his body, and her pleasant laughter rang out from time to time. Yun Nuoshing fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. "There's no need and no conditions. Most importantly, I don't have a corresponding objective. I won't achieve anything by interacting with that little girl. Stop. She hurriedly covered his mouth with cold sweat before he could open the lecture hall. "I brought you out to play and watch the show, not for you to lecture me." Yun Nuoshing faltered for a moment before smiling sheepishly. "I'm used to it." Now that the show was over, many of the onlookers in the distance had already risen into the air and left. The outer realm disciples were all carried back. The girl in white also turned around and walked in another direction. He paid some attention to her for a second or two before passing by. Yun Nuoshing casually patted his spotless windbreaker and was about to bring the little angel back when he felt an unusual flow of energy. It was as if the show had been agreed upon and was about to be performed at this moment. That shameless B** star really did make a move. The heavenly origin gods had been on high alert this entire time. There were countless young cultivators of the divine realm present here, and these heavenly origin gods could easily obliterate these young cultivators into nothingness with just a casual attack. The heavenly origin gods weren't afraid, but these young cultivators weren't, so they had been on guard since a long time ago. That's right, they were on guard. Even so, they were still momentarily stunned. This was because the source of that flow of energy didn't come from this plaza. In other words, it wasn't caused by Lee and the others. It came from outside. Oh no! The heavenly origin gods' expressions changed drastically, and they were just about to rush to the rescue when a burst of energy filled with a boundless aura of destruction tore through the air. Bam! The dark red energy barrier expanded at the speed of light, instantly enveloping the entire plaza. The disciples of the divine realm who hadn't managed to leave in time were all stunned. As soon as they turned their heads, they saw a gigantic pillar of energy erupting in the dark sky, accompanied by a violent flash of energy. The entire area was drowned out. These young cultivators had never seen anything like this before, and they were instantly intimidated by the two bursts of energy, causing them to fall to the ground with ghastly pale faces. The two bursts of energy violently collided. No, that beam of energy was blocked by the dark red energy barrier. And then the entire beam of energy shattered into energy crystals that filled the sky. The energy flash that had erupted halfway suddenly stopped, causing everyone present to be stunned. The energy barrier had shattered the beam of energy. This was an extremely rare sight. Normally, it would be the other way around. You dare to play such petty tricks in my territory? Do you not want to live anymore? A deep and hollow laugh reverberated in the minds of everyone on the plaza. It was deep and hollow, and it sounded like the whisper of a demon. Everyone who heard it was shaken, and they almost had a mental breakdown. Even the heavenly origin gods were no exception. They could clearly sense that the spiritual attack was coming toward them, and the expressions of the heavenly origin god with the surname Lee and the others changed drastically. They couldn't care less about the situation. They waved their hands and fled with their disciples. However, before they could get very far, a figure that resembled a demon god suddenly appeared behind them. Dark red energy erupted from behind him, and the giant hand reached out toward them. They felt an irresistible and frenzied power. Under the pressure of that energy, they weren't even ants. Even escaping was a wishful thinking. Boom! The explosion of energy on the plaza only lasted for an instant, and in the next second, a frenzied destructive impact suddenly erupted from a place some distance away from the plaza. Dark red energy soared into the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. Countless people who saw this turned pale. Most people who were swept up in this energy blast would be reduced to ashes. When the heavenly origin gods saw that the heavenly origin gods with the surname Lee and the others had disappeared, they all revealed expressions of schadenfreude. All of you, get down. The shockwave is coming. If you don't want to experience what it feels like to be swept away, then hurry up and get down. One of the heavenly origin gods instantly appeared in the plaza and shouted. Then he hurriedly condensed an energy barrier. When the heavenly origin gods behind him heard this, they immediately threw themselves to the ground and hugged their heads. The dark red energy shockwave arrived a few dozen seconds late, and the massive impact almost shattered the heavenly origin god's barrier. When the others saw this, they hurriedly stepped in to help. Only then did they manage to withstand the shockwave. After losing its destructive power, the shockwave was just a somewhat exaggerated gust of wind. One or two fearless fellows raised their heads, only to be instantly blown away by the gust of wind. Their hair was slicked back, and their faces were blown askew. The people lying on the ground next to them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Oh, this energy is the heavenly origin god, who was the first to erect the barrier, was stunned. Even though he had withstood the shock wave, his hands were still trembling from the impact. The destructive power was a little too much for him to bear. Even though it was just a remnant of the destructive power in the shock wave, he felt that this energy could destroy all life. It's indeed a little too powerful. I've never seen an energy of destruction that could reach such a level. It's as if destruction has been engraved into the loss. Another person also shook his hand vigorously. That's right. The former smiled bitterly and shook his head. What I mean is this energy, he is back. Him? Oh, the person that I Ching and Ching Jun were talking about, right? Our Guan. Oh, sorry. I didn't say anything. The latter said in realization. Halfway through his sentence, he was glared at by the others, and he hurriedly changed his words. Then, the few of them hurriedly scanned the plaza. Since that lord had intervened, could it be that he was interested in the battle of these little fellows? Or could it be that he had discovered something and actually wanted to come over personally? Yin Nuoshing stretched out his right hand and slowly clenched it. An energy storm that had been shrunk countless times erupted from his hand, scattering countless divine particles in the air. He gently blew a breath of air and blew away the last words of the heavenly origin gods. A thoughtful expression flashed across his eyes. What's wrong? Do you need to ponder for a while after killing a few insects? He tilted his head and looked at him curiously. Yin Nuoshing glanced at him and narrowed his eyes. Would you believe me if I said that this was a premeditated attack? Premeditated? He was slightly stunned. Whether it was that Li Gai or the one who had launched the energy attack in the distance, they had all been killed, as if they were insects. There was no way out. Even if there was a premeditated attack, there was no need to throw away their lives like this. He had sent out 4 heavenly origin gods. No matter which world he was in, he would be in so much pain that he would vomit blood. He could tell what Yin Nuoshing was thinking with a single glance. He could not help but shake his head. My appearance was unexpected. If I had not come, they would have succeeded. This was indeed premeditated, a premeditated seed against the realm of the gods. It's fine if it succeeds or fails. In the end, the operation with this goal only has a 1% chance of causing unrest in the realm of the gods. The probability does not stack. Yin Nuoshing said softly. This was something he had learned from the souls of the few troublemakers. It was a rather boring matter. What I find laughable is that there are quite a few outsiders involved in this matter. They are not the filthy bastards hiding in the sewers, nor are they the greatest enemies of the void that we are facing. They are just some people who are jealous of the realm of the gods and don't like the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods is infamous, and there are still people who would. Unbelievable. Yin Nuoshing also found it hard to understand. He did not understand what that little fellow was thinking. It was practically jumping between the jaws of the tiger and the tiger. If he was really so unlucky as to provoke that 1% of the realm of the gods, it would cause a riot in the realm of the gods. Especially if the person next to him was hostile, then it would really be over. Did those people not think of the consequences? Consequences? Huh? Yin Nuoshing raised his head and looked into the distance. His gaze pierced through the void and looked at the various parts of the realm of the gods. He saw those outsiders wandering the land, wantonly looking for something and digging 3 feet into the ground. They were even more unscrupulous than the original life forms of the realm of the gods. This scene reminded him of the ancient era. At that time, The realm of the gods was also like this. However, at that time, there were not so many worlds watching the realm of the gods, and the realm of the gods was not as powerful as it was today. Those outsiders had really achieved their goal of causing the realm of the gods to plunge into misery and suffering. In the end, Yun Nuashing burned everything. The fire burned through the void and burned for several years before the dust settled. There shouldn't be a need to do that in this life, right? He did not have a defensive formation. If there was a need, he would have to make preparations. Just as he was thinking about some terrifying things, the Empyrean gods of origin finally found him. They hurriedly bowed, but did not say anything. The little angel noticed his gaze and tugged at his arm. "You've been found." Yun Nuashing came out of his thoughts and nodded at the Empyrean gods of origin. He turned around and pulled the little angel away from the top of the tower. "Looks like he really is back. Why didn't I Ching tell us?" "He's still busy somewhere else. He probably doesn't know that Lord Feng is back. He suddenly left 76 years ago, and he's finally back today. I feel like I can sleep better now. By the way, where's Lord Hui? Hasn't he woken up yet?" "I heard that Lord Hui is in seclusion right now. Lord Feng is in charge of the realm of the gods. That's why he hurriedly sent us back to guard the realm of the gods." "Hiss, I suddenly remembered that terrible thing just now. Thank goodness Lord Feng was here. Otherwise, those bastards would have gotten away with it." Then all of them fell silent. Their faces were covered in cold sweat as they hurriedly fled. Even at their age, they could think of many things. If those bastards could cause trouble here, then they would definitely cause trouble elsewhere. No, they had to inform the others as soon as possible so that they could take precautions. Then, all of them would flee faster than light. Just as the Empyrean gods of origin noticed Yun Nuashing, a pair of bright eyes in the plaza also noticed him. However, it was only after noticing the expressions and actions of the Empyrean gods of origin that she noticed him. Now, as the Empyrean gods of origin left one after another, she could not help but blink with a puzzled expression. She did not see that person clearly. She was quite far away, and she only saw him for a second or two before he left. "See, why are you in a daze? Let's go. While those old men are not here, let's go and rest." Her companions beside her pulled her back, and she quickly came back to her senses. She returned an apologetic smile to them and left the place, looking back repeatedly with every step she took. She threw the curiosity in her heart to the back of her mind. After returning to the small mountain, Yun Nuashing directly contacted I Ching and Lady Ching. Although the two of them were still busy in the void, he was the one who passed the message to them so that they could pass the message to the others. One of them was in charge of the divinity realm, while the other was in charge of the ancient imperial world. They knew better than him who was staying in the divinity realm and who was helping in the void. It was just a small matter of passing a message. However, when I Ching and Lady Ching saw Yun Nuashing's overly serious expression, they knew that this matter might not be as simple as it seemed. When they made arrangements, they deliberately made more arrangements. Then, they could not help but let out a long sigh. Now, one of them was in the middle plane, and the other was in the upper plane. They had not returned to the divinity realm for many years. They did not know how chaotic that place was. However, with Lord Feng in charge, it should not be too chaotic. "Little star, are you worried that what happened in the ancient times will happen again?" Little Angel could be considered as one of the people who understood him the best. Through the things that happened in the past 10 minutes, she had more or less associated some of the bad things. She could not help but ask. Yun Nuashing sighed and nodded. She murmured, "In the ancient times, I have already seen the power of the outsiders. They messed up the entire divinity realm. They were like fleas that found a new territory. In the end, they caused those disasters and made us suffer for tens of billions of years. Although Chu said that the world-class beings did not crawl out during the Dark Age, I am really worried that some strange accidents will happen. After all, little Angel heard that he did not finish his sentence. She put her hands behind her back and thought for a moment. After all, you don't know what happened in the latter half of the Dark Age. At most, you only know the ending. It is not surprising that something happened in the middle. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. She pulled little Angel into her arms and stroked her silver-white hair. Little roundworm. He sighed. His gaze became a little deep as he looked outside. He was not worried that those fleas and worms would cause any big trouble in the divinity realm. Given their strength, they would at most cause a small disturbance. The gods in the divinity realm would be enough to suppress them. He was only afraid that those fellows were playing the role of a guide, stirring up trouble behind the scenes, and making the already chaotic divinity realm even more chaotic. Then, when the abyssal death mist suddenly erupts, the consequences would be he did not dare to imagine it. He did not even dare to think about it. He would rather open the creation's barrier to isolate everything, and then beat up those outsiders to teach them a lesson. He did not want to think about more complicated things. Sigh. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. Right now, I can only hope that those worms will keep quiet for a while. I finally came back to the divinity realm to play and rest. What kind of trouble did they cause? Ha! It has been a long time since I caused any major destruction. Recently, my hands have been itching. I don't know if it is because of the heavenly destruction gods summoning, but I have a stomach full of desire to destroy. Little Angel trembled. She looked up and saw that Feng Ling's expression was a little dark. She could not help but sigh. This guy can't hold it in after a few days without causing trouble. The old Feng Ling had completely changed. A moment later, Yun Nuoxing suddenly let out a long yawn and stretched. But let's go sleep first. I will just sleep for a while. Remember to wake me up. Little Angel. She took back her words. Feng Ling's consciousness would still appear from time to cause trouble. No, he was a patient with terminal laziness. There was no cure. Chapter 1281. That small incident gave Yun Nuoxing a knock on the head. It was a warning. The timeline resonance was not his idea in the first place, and he did not think of too many consequences at once. No matter what remedial measures he took after that, he just did whatever he thought of, and did not have much planning. So when the foreign visitors made some small movements, he suddenly recalled the things that happened in the ancient times, and then his heart was in a bad mood. He even wanted to press those uninvited guests to the ground and beat them up to prevent them from doing something unexpected in the future. According to his thinking, before those fellows became a force to resist the death mist in the abyss, they might have already caused a lot of trouble in the realm of the gods. Yun Nuoxing sat cross-legged in front of the pillar of creation, where the pillar of creation was hidden. Dark red runes floated out from his body and formed 4 slender spirals with him as the center. They extended thousands of feet into the sky and then poured into the pillar of creation. Even so, the large amount of runes pouring into the pillar of creation did not cause any changes to the huge black iron pillar. The little angel looked at the runes that were filled with endless destructive power pouring into the pillar of creation. The corner of her eyes twitched, and she felt an inexplicable sense of fear. "What are you doing?" Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes slightly, and a silver-white light flashed in his eyes. "I'm doing something inhumane." Do you remember that I left a gift in the Little Divine Prefecture? A gift for the realm of the gods. The little angel thought for a moment and nodded. It was a gift he left behind in the Little Divine Prefecture when he was still Quarter Moon. It was full of kindness. It was not a physical thing, but a rule, a kind of concept. It could raise the rule of the realm of the gods to a very high level in a short period of time, and it would last for a very long time. Back then, when he used the observer's authority to create that thing, he had spent a lot of effort. Probably at that time, he had already sensed something, and that was why he left that special preparation. You're not doing that thing too, are you? Even if you're doing something now, you're still in a dream. Whatever you leave behind won't affect your reality. Yun Nuashing smiled. Of course, I didn't prepare that. That was a kind gift. What I prepared was something that I might need in the near future. It's a little toy full of malice. I hope that I won't need it. However, there are no defensive formations in this era. Without that thing, I feel that it will be a little difficult to deal with some special matters, especially the current situation in the god realm. Something special? It tilted its head, and the palpitations in its heart became more and more obvious. However, no matter how hard it thought, it couldn't figure out what Yun Nuashing was doing. Since he mentioned the previous setup in the ancient era, this time should be similar to that time. Perhaps something malicious or evil. It didn't feel like anything good. It sat down next to him and stopped thinking about those questions that it couldn't figure out. When he used the pillar of creation to do something to this world, a chain reaction also appeared in the celestial realm. However, it was only a very small reaction, and it was concealed by the laws. The lower-level life forms would not be able to sense anything out of the ordinary. The heavenly gods would be able to sense it, but the phenomenon was like a flash of white light disappearing in an instant. The origin-level life forms would be able to sense it, but they would only be able to sense what was happening in that instant. If they missed that instant, they would not be able to see it. An old man standing in the wilderness raised his head and looked at a place far away. A transparent tree was slowly rising from the ground. The tree was as tall as the sky. The trunk was light blue and covered with dark red leaves. The leaves were still spreading and growing, almost covering the entire sky. The whole scene lasted for less than a second, but the old man's eyes had already firmly imprinted the scene. He patted the dust on the ground that he had just fallen on. The god realm also has such an ominous power, and it seems that it has taken root very deeply in this world. His gaze turned in another direction. The outline of a city was faintly discernible. His body flickered, and he disappeared. At the same time, many people in the god realm had discovered this strange phenomenon. The tree was like an illusory shadow that had suddenly appeared that day and disappeared in the next instant. Most of the people who discovered this were origin-level beings. Most of them didn't care about this matter that seemed to have nothing to do with them. There were also a small number of people who used their own methods to transmit this information to others or directly to the Empyrean god of origin in the god realm. Siyu wandered aimlessly in the vast academy. Occasionally, she would cast a brief glance at some lively places. She stopped for less than 2 minutes and then slowly walked away. Her eyes were a little listless, as if she didn't care what was going on there. She just subconsciously cast a glance at those places. After repeating this for almost an hour, she suddenly woke up. Her eyes became a little confused. Recently, she seemed to have been absent-minded. Since the competition with those so-called Outer Realm disciples 7 days ago, she had shown signs of being absent-minded. She always felt a little restless in her heart. She would suddenly wake up from her cultivation state and find it difficult to enter that state again. She would suddenly stare blankly in the dormitory for most of the day, her mind wandering and her body out of control. The students in her dormitory had been joking with her, saying that their school's flower had also reached the age of yearning. In fact, she knew that was not the case. These days she was almost unable to think deeply and could not cultivate deeply. It was the same today. Her cultivation state in the morning was abnormally bad. She even canceled the divine spiritual teacher's lecture and slipped out by herself. There were only 2 rare opportunities in a month, and she had wasted it just like that. In the past, she would leave earlier than anyone else. When she slipped out, the divine spiritual teacher cast a concerned look at her. It seemed that he couldn't help but pay attention to a good student who had suddenly left. Fortunately, everyone else was cultivating, so no one would notice her. She felt uncomfortable when she thought that she might be stared at by a lot of people. As she wandered, she unconsciously came to the place where the teachers lived. Siyu stopped and let out a sigh. At least she didn't lose her mind and walk into the residence of one of the teachers. She couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't time for her to be sealed yet. Originally, she wanted to cultivate properly for a period of time to make herself stronger. But now, the realm of the gods was very chaotic. There were many outsiders wandering freely in this world. After that fight with the outsider disciples, she felt a sense of urgency. There would be a day when she would have to leave the academy. At that time, she would have to face this chaotic world head-on. No one would be able to protect her when she was in danger. The sense of danger came from her body. She carried this legendary body. Because of this body, she had been warned by many elders since she was a child. Those words of care and concern were still lingering in her ears and reverberating in her mind. Because of this, she knew a lot of things related to her. The origins of the 5 elements could be robbed. In history, there had been cases where the origins of the 5 elements were robbed. Thinking of this, she remembered the chaotic era. She couldn't help but sigh. To her, being born in this chaotic era was a disaster for those with extremely special bodies. As long as those higher beings had the slightest disloyalty, people like her, who had not yet matured, were like lambs. Hiss, the sound of lightning cracking through the air echoed in her ears. Siyu, who was in a daze, suddenly came back to her senses. She turned around abruptly. There was an abnormal gray area in the space behind her. It was like the scene of the world fading. The constant turbulence was like a gray flame swaying in that area. It was very abnormal. It only lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared. "It's here again," Siyu murmured worriedly. She had been seeing this abnormality recently. It was as if a gray area had suddenly cracked open in the space, accompanied by the sound of lightning exploding. Sometimes it would be very far away, and sometimes it would be close to her. She still remembered 2 days ago when a gray crack suddenly exploded 1/2 meter in front of her during the teacher's collective lecture. She was so shocked that she let out a small scream. At that time, there were dozens of people staring at her. She reckoned that it would take some time before she could ignore it. However, what she was more concerned about was that it seemed that other than her, no one else could see it. Even that God realm teacher did not notice it. This made her feel somewhat uneasy. The abnormality that only she could notice sounded very scary. It was completely different from what others said that it would stimulate her. Suddenly, there was some noise that made Siyu, who was in a daze, come back to her senses. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw that she had actually walked into the teacher's area. Moreover, she had walked into the deepest part of it. Students were not allowed to enter this place without the guidance of a teacher. She immediately panicked. She turned around and was about to fly away when she heard some conversation. Moreover, she was very concerned about it. She was stunned for a moment. "We have just checked the space and rules within a radius of 10 billion miles. We did not find any special signs of destruction. In addition, we have received information from other cities. It seems that the abnormality does not only occur in these places. The phenomena are different. The simplest manifestation is that a gray crack has appeared in space. What's worse is that space has been directly deleted, and the rules have disappeared. There are also strange phenomena caused by the abnormal flow of time in a local area. There are many more situations. A few days ago, an eternal-level old man also said that he had observed something abnormal. It seemed to have appeared in the direction of the divine land. However, we sent people from the divine land to look for it. Those guys in the divine land did indeed find something abnormal. They were at the center of the source of the abnormality. However, they did not find anything there. It seems to be just an illusion, a large-scale illusion. But in fact, there was indeed an inexplicable abnormality from that day onward. Those strange phenomena are very weak. Those who are not in the rebirth state basically cannot directly observe them. The largest one was just a city wrapped in an abnormal space. However, the mortals that were still going in and out of it, there were also people in the rebirth state who went to check it out. There was nothing special. It was as if the sky of that space had changed. A few Empyrean gods of origin and the other Empyrean gods gathered here. They were discussing something that sounded very serious. CU's heart pounded as she listened. So that was a phenomenon that only the gods could observe. But why? One of the Empyrean gods of origin suddenly looked up. Ahem, that little girl outside the door. What are you doing there? The voices in the room suddenly quieted down. A group of Empyrean gods of origin and the other Empyrean gods turned their heads. They all felt that someone was approaching. However, they thought that it was just a reckless student and did not pay attention to her. They did not expect her to still be standing there and listening. CU was slightly surprised. However, she thought that the people inside should have already noticed her. She hesitated for a moment. Then, her jade-like hands trembled slightly as she pushed the door open. When she saw a room full of Empyrean gods, and above looking at her, she felt an unprecedented nervousness. The strength and calmness that she used to show in front of others did not work. She slipped into the room like a little girl who had done something wrong. She closed the door and saluted everyone. She did not dare to look at them. Before she could say anything, one of the Empyrean gods of origin looked up. Oh, CU, you're a little late. We were just talking. Come over here. She was stunned for a moment. Then she saw the Empyrean god of origin nod his chin at her. She thought for a moment and slipped over. The Empyrean god of origin said to the others, Master I Ching mentioned something unexpected a few days ago. I asked CU to walk around and see if she could discover any abnormalities in the space. The laws of the 5 elements constitution are quite compatible with the laws of the realm of gods. Although she is only a Shunming, she might be able to discover something. As soon as he said that, everyone let out a long, oh. Another Empyrean god of origin nodded. If that's the case, then tell us what you discovered. There's no harm in repeating it. We just want to confirm some things. Hearing this, CU clenched her fists and looked at the person beside her. Seeing him nod at her, she nodded back. She knew that he was trying to help her. She took a deep breath and told them about the phenomena that had been bothering her for a long time. The heavenly origin god originally thought that it was something unimportant, but it turned out that the heavenly gods were listening very seriously, and all of them had thoughtful expressions on their faces. The heavenly origin god, who had just spoken, couldn't help but furrow his brows. You said that you saw a piece of space slowly fade into gray, and that it didn't suddenly become deathly, right? She nodded nervously. It's like a painting that's been painted with gray. The entire scene slowly lost its color. Furthermore, the gray area gave me a very uncomfortable feeling. It's like it's not a place that I'm familiar with. Hearing this, Everyone frowned and couldn't help but whisper to each other. This is yet another new phenomenon, personally seeing the laws of an entire space slowly fade away. It's probably because the laws have disappeared. The five elements constitution also feels uncomfortable because the laws are missing. Is there anything else? Another Empyrean god of origin looked at Siyu and asked, Probably nothing else? Siyu shook her head blankly. Apart from that, she didn't see anything else. She remembered that the Empyrean god of origin, who had just helped her, had shown his face during the opening ceremony. He seemed to be called Guhong. Right now, he was looking at her kindly and said, Think about it carefully again. The five elements constitution and the laws of the god realm are much more powerful than you think. Perhaps you've already been affected without even knowing it. Then, does it count that I've been absent-minded for the past few days? She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, when she saw that the Empyrean gods were all nodding seriously, she was stunned. Subconsciously, she said, It's like I've been in a daze all of a sudden, as if I can't find where I am. My consciousness seems to have drifted to a very, very distant place, and I can't find my way back. I thought it was just because I was a little impatient in my cultivation. If it was anyone else, that might be the case. But it's hard to say for you. Guhong sighed. The five elements constitution and the laws of the god realm. You've now reached the sixth cycle of the divine netherworld and formed the five elements spirit. Your laws have already been entangled to a certain extent with the laws of the god realm. Your divine laws might also be slowly taking shape. If the laws of heaven and earth change greatly at this time, the first to be affected would be people like you who have constitutions close to the laws. It seems that the situation is a little worse than we thought, the Empyrean god of origin said. It was only then that Siyu remembered that they were all present during the competition a few days ago. She couldn't recognize them for a moment. We're not sure if that lord knows about this. 2 days ago, His Excellency I Ching said that he's dealing with some troublesome matters. Right now, we can't contact His Excellency or that lord. It seems that we'll have to make a trip there ourselves. Guhong nodded and said, If that's the case, I'll make a trip there. Siyu, come with me. It's rare for a five elements constitution to appear. It wouldn't be bad if that lord could take care of you. The others nodded in agreement. Siyu had a puzzled look on her face. She only nodded with a dumbfounded expression. When she came back to her senses, only she and Guhong were left in the room. It was only then that she came back to her senses. Senior Gu, where are we going? Guhong only said one word before he froze. He didn't know how to introduce Lord Feng, so he could only say, We're going to a lord's house. Your matter might involve a lot of things, and you might be affected a little. I'll bring you to him so that he can take a look. Well, there's also another reason. Guhong pinched the 30-something-year-old face and looked at Siyu. Because it's you, we'll have to make a trip there. Siyu was slightly taken aback. She quickly thought of something. Five elements constitution? Guhong nodded. Right now, the realm of the gods is in chaos, and you have a rare legendary constitution. I want to bring you to that lord to take a look. If possible, I want him to take care of you. Of course, I'm not restricting your freedom or anything. That lord is very fair. Although we don't know him very well, he won't force you to do something you don't want to. However, I'm more worried. He sighed and said softly, I'm worried that even the five elements constitution won't catch his eye. Siyu's face was a mess. On one hand, it was because Guhong, the heavenly god of origin, also called that person Lord. On the other hand, she felt like she was being arranged to do something she didn't want to do. In short, by the time she came back to her senses, she had already been brought to the Source Peak region by Gu Hong. In front of her was a continuous stretch of mountains. There was a mountain peak that was particularly eye-catching. It looked like it had been vertically split into two halves. Half of the mountain had been erased from its original position, leaving only an incomplete mountain peak here. Gu Hong brought Siyu closer to the mountain peak. When they were close enough, he reached out and pressed on the space in front of him. Then, an energy barrier suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. Unsurprisingly, he used a unique frequency to knock on the barrier a few times. After that, he took a few steps back and waited quietly. "Come in." 2 minutes later, a faint voice was heard. A hole the size of a person appeared in the barrier. Gu Hong nodded at Siyu and walked in first. The latter hesitated for a moment. After thinking for a moment, she also walked into the energy barrier. Chapter 1282. The scene inside the energy barrier was no different from what they saw outside. It was still the same mountain that had been cut in half. The part of the mountain that had been cut in half was a smooth cross-section that could reflect the bright sunlight like a mirror. What was different from what they saw outside was that there was a building that looked out of place on the mountain. Next to the building was a small lake that was more than 10 meters wide. On the lakeside, there was a square stone table and 4 stone stools around the stone table. 2 people were sitting there and seemed to be playing chess at the stone table. While Yun Nuwashing was not paying attention, the little angel secretly changed the position of a chess piece. Yun Nuwashing cooperatively looked up at the sky and pretended not to see anything. Then, after a few steps, he forced the little angel to sweat profusely. It was very interesting to see the little angel's uneasy expression again. It seemed that the little angel had cheated a few times, but he still managed to turn the situation around time and time again. Just as the little angel was about to do something, she glanced at something not far away. She pushed the chessboard forward and smiled softly. "I'm not playing anymore. Someone's coming." Yun Nuwashing grinned inexplicably and waved her hand to put away the chessboard. She did not expose the stupid little angel. Then she moved her seat and said to the guests not far away, "Sit anywhere." Gu Hong and Siyu landed in the distance and walked over step by step. When he heard this, he nodded and quickened his pace to the lakeside. He saluted the 2 people and said, "Lord Feng." Siyu hurriedly left. Siyu also hurriedly packed her things. Her beautiful eyes secretly peeked at the 2 people sitting in front of her, and then she froze. A few days ago in the square, she had seen the 2 people from Yun Nuo planet. Although she did not have time to see clearly at that time, she was very sure that it was them. That startled her. She felt that they had the same temperament. She did not expect that the person Senior Gu was talking about was them. Speaking of which, she also saw Senior Gu bow to them in the square that day. What kind of existence could make the Empyrean god of origin bow to them? It was still morning, and the weather in Source Peak domain was a little gloomy. It was a good time to lazily sleep in, especially for him who had just finished dealing with a big problem a few days ago and did not have time to rest. It was a good time to shake his little girl and find a place to sleep comfortably. Unfortunately, someone in the place he was in charge of was looking for him. Well, he seemed to know what to say. "We are very sorry to disturb you, Lord Feng. However, the recent abnormal situation in the realm of the gods has affected a little too much. We did not dare to make a judgment rashly. We also could not contact Sir I Ching and the others, so we could only come to inform you." Gu Hong said softly. Yun Nuwashing stretched lazily as the little angel poured tea for them. "It's fine. If there's something important, we naturally have to inform you first. I know a little about the situation you mentioned, but let's talk about what you discovered first." "Yes, the situation is like this. Hmm. Gu Hong nodded. Just as he was about to report the truth, he saw that the hand holding the teacup had suddenly darkened. He paused for a moment, then looked up. There was a huge sun hanging in the sky. It was two huge suns stacked on top of each other, just like in the ancient era. But now, the sky was pitch black, night. That's right. There was no doubt that night had come, but the sun was indeed shining down from above. The sun was rising from the east, and there were no clouds in the sky. The sky was clear and full of stars. They still remembered that they had just woken up not too long ago. See, you still remembered that it was not the end of the morning class yet. Yun Nuoshing looked up as well. There was a slight change in his originally calm gaze, but he could not see anything else from the starry night sky. Within the range of his normal senses, everything was normal and orderly. There were no chaotic laws or strange energy phenomena. Gu Hong stared blankly for a moment. If you include that, there's another strange phenomenon. Siyu, who was drinking tea, was choked by those words that could not be any calmer. She quickly coughed a few times. Then she heard Yin Nuoshing say, it's a strange phenomenon. It's a good day for sleeping. Siyu almost fell off her stone chair. If this were to happen in the deity realm, it would definitely cause chaos. No matter how thick-skinned and mysterious the life forms of the deity realm were, they still had a bottom line. Shouldn't they be thinking of a way to pacify the people right now, as if sensing that Siyu was full of complaints and wanted to vomit, but could not? Yun Nuoshing calmly took a sip of tea. The divine realm has encountered even more bizarre things before. It's just daytime being replaced by polar night, so there's nothing to be surprised about, although it will cause a little panic when people realize that this phenomenon does not affect their daily routines other than reversing day and night. They won't think about it anymore. At most, they'll just treat it as if they're having an inexplicable night. Let's talk about what you've discovered first. Gu Hong regained his senses and slowly explained what he had prepared to say. Siyu was a little confused as she listened to their conversation. Her tone was calm and without a hint of worry. Of the 4 people sitting here, she was the only youngster among youngsters. The other 3 youngsters had experienced all kinds of storms and waves, and felt that their lives had reached a pinnacle where they could not be surprised anymore. Therefore, when they spoke calmly, she felt uncomfortable all over. It's not much different from what I thought. The effect is still within the predetermined range. It's just a little turbulence in the laws, and it's still within the range of my control. Yun Nuoshing said, and took a sip of tea. Don't worry, it'll calm down in a month at the latest. After all, I didn't really do anything that caused such a huge impact that I can't recover from. Gu Hong and Siyu were both startled. Such a statement had a directional meaning. Lord Feng, I might have misunderstood. The current situation in the divine realm was caused by you? Gu Hong's eyes widened, and he was a little stunned. That's right. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said without hesitation, Didn't I say something a few days ago? There will be a small outbreak of chaos in the divine realm in the near future, but it won't have any substantial effect. Everyone should do their own jobs and don't pay attention to it. When necessary, calm the ignorant. See, I still remember what I said that day. Gu Hong and Siyu? Gu Hong scratched his head, and after thinking for a long time, he slapped his thigh in realization. I think you did say that. Siyu's face was numb. She didn't even know what expression she should show. She felt that if she cared too much, her brain would be turned into paste and then extinguished. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and elegantly took a sip of tea. So, don't worry about it. It'll disappear in a few days. Well, I didn't say it clearly that day, so I'm prepared to say it again today. If there's nothing else, I'm going to rest. Yan, I'm tired. Gu Hong smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's fine, it's fine. So that strange tree was also created by you. Lord Feng, I thought that something had really happened in the divine realm that we didn't know about. Yun Nuoxing was yawning halfway when she froze for a moment. Her jaw was dislocated with a crack. She hurriedly pressed it back and widened her eyes. Tree? What tree? Don't spout nonsense. I just messed around in the concept layer of the divine realm. I didn't plant a tree. Gu Hong, who thought that the dust had settled, was stunned again. His eyes widened in surprise. It also appeared when the current chaotic phenomenon appeared. A transparent tree appeared in the divine realm, and it lasted for a short second before disappearing again. After that thing appeared, it was like a signal that a large-scale chaotic event had occurred. Wasn't that you, Lord Feng? It's not my fault. Yun Nuoxing hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands. After a while, she narrowed her eyes. It's not my fault? Is there such a coincidence? He slowly stood up and looked at the distant divine prefecture. His eyes were filled with a silvery white color, and the energy of the observer began to surge weakly. The vision in front of him changed slightly, and he saw something on a deeper level. A huge blue object appeared in his sight. It was a strange tree that stood in the divine prefecture. Just the tree trunk alone was as huge as the entire divine prefecture. The branches, leaves that were scattered were only dark red, and they clustered together densely. It looked like a blooming flower, like a huge red umbrella that covered the sky and the earth. A few minutes later, Yun Nuoxing sat down with a solemn face. Seeing that, the little angel came up to him with concern. How is it? Is there anything unusual? A foreign object with a huge amount of law fragments, filled with destruction. It's a law fragment that has already been destroyed. Yun Nuoxing stretched out his finger and twirled his bangs. His slightly frowning eyebrows and flashing eyes told her that he was feeling a little unhappy. Perhaps it's because it also belongs to the aura of destruction. The disturbance that I put in the conceptual layer of the law has unknowingly catalyzed it. Now that the strange tree has been tainted with my power, it's a little mutated. Hearing that, Gu Hong also frowned. How could such a thing appear in the realm of the gods? After that, he remembered the old man's warning and could not help but say, "By the way, Lord Feng, I met an extraterritorial being. He told me that this thing is some kind of ominous thing that exists in the void. If it is not dealt with in time, it will be very dangerous. It will first affect the conceptual layer of this world, changing and distorting the laws of the realm of the gods." "Oh, then I know what's going on with those unusual changes that I didn't expect." Yun Nuoxing heard that and nodded. "It's probably caused by that thing. To think that I thought that I had done something beyond my deduction and made some strange mistake." The little angel also showed a somewhat puzzled look. "Those things don't naturally exist in the realm of the gods." "Of course not." Yun Nuoxing nodded. "Some filthy maggots brought them here." "Oh, these maggots are not the maggots I told you about. A few days ago, I asked I Ching and Lady Green to remind the people of the realm of the gods and the ancient imperial realm that those sneaky outsiders are secretly doing something. They are planning something. They want to eradicate some of the seeds of the realm of the gods. Now, it seems that they have done something even more troublesome. TSK, so troublesome. I can't even sleep properly when I want to. As expected, they should open the barrier of creation and isolate the inside and outside, then kill them one by one. Lord Feng, please don't. Not all of the extraterritorial visitors are evil, like that old man. He will come to remind us. Lord I Ching also knows a few who sincerely want to stand on the same side as the realm of the gods. Ugh. Guhong stopped halfway. He saw the little angel waving her hand and shaking her head at him. He then heard the little angel saying, "Don't worry, this guy is full of resentment and dissatisfaction. That's why he said that. Well, don't complain. That thing has already caused some minor damage to the realm of the gods. How should we deal with it?" Having said that, Guhong pulled Yun Nuoshing, who had stood up, to sit down. "It's easy to deal with it. It's easy to just deal with the external side." Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. Her expression was a little serious. "That thing is like a big tree that has already spread its roots into the conceptual layer of the realm of the gods. It even penetrated the void and stabbed part of the realm of the gods directly into the void, causing part of the realm of the gods to leak out. This is just the shallow area. Its biggest root has pierced deep into the conceptual layer of the realm of the gods and is constantly stirring at the bottom. That small movement won't affect anything, but if it continues to wander around there, it will easily pour out the things at the bottom. When that happens, those strange things will pour out into the realm of the gods, and that will be another problem. But the most troublesome thing is the position of the tree crown. The branches and leaves that coincidentally fused with my energy are still absorbing the power of the realm of the gods. Judging from its actions, it probably wants to drain the realm of the gods dry. But this process will take a long, long time. In short, its existence is to destroy the realm of the gods, right? It said concisely. Yun Nuoshing nodded. She closed her eyes and muttered to herself for a moment. After a minute or two, she nodded and opened her eyes to look at Guhong. "You there, help me gather some reliable people. We'll gather at the conceptual layer of the realm of the gods in 5 days. Before that, you should first completely seal the conceptual layer of the realm of the gods from the outside world. Seal the world core as well, and forbid any connection between the world core and the void outside for a month. As for the matter of lumber, I'll do it myself." Guhong was filled with respect. He did not mind that Yun Nuoshing did not even know his name and saluted respectfully. "As you command, God. Well, if there's nothing else, you should go back and prepare. I'll also rest for a while. It'll be troublesome work. In 5 days. Yun Nuoshing waved her hand. Just as Guhong was about to leave, he suddenly saw that Siyu was about to leave as well. He quickly remembered that there was another matter. "Wait a moment, Lord Foam. There's one more thing." Yun Nuoshing had just stood up, but she sat down again. "Speak quickly." Guhong patted Siyu's shoulder and said, "This child has the 5 elements body. You see, when she heard that the matter was about her, her heart that had been numb for a long time suddenly tensed up. When Siyu saw that the Lord was staring at her, she subconsciously tightened her grip on her white clothes. There were a few times when she wanted to lower her head, but she still stubbornly met his gaze. 5 elements body. Well, I saw it the other day." Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh of relief. Her expression was a little complicated as she looked at that stubborn face. After a while, she shifted her gaze to Guhong. "I roughly know the reason why you brought this child here. The first generation of the 5 elements body in this era should be the 5th. Perhaps there are others that have not been recorded. Oh, but it's fine. There's no point in mentioning those fellows who have already passed away." Yun Nuoshing stood up and took a few steps towards the young girl. He stopped when he was only 1 or 2 steps away from her. His silver eyes stared at Siyu's pair of pure eyes that contained a faint stubbornness. After a while, he took a step back. "She is indeed a priceless treasure. She is a good seedling. In this terrible era, she is correct. However, I can't say if this terrible era will have time to wait for the future. 5 elements body Even the spiritual, godly body cannot change the overall situation. Gu Hong bowed. He did not know what to say. With the situation in the void, whenever this topic was brought up, Lord Feng and Lord Hui would frown. It was not good for him to say anything. With his shallow understanding, he definitely could not say anything to the two lords on this topic. They just had to obey orders. For the realm of the gods, for the great Yuan realm, the few of them were silent for a moment. Yun Nuoshing recovered from his daze. He looked at Siyu and said, "Then, little girl, what is your wish?" It is not an exaggeration to say that the position beside me is a little dangerous. However, standing here is equivalent to standing at the top of the realm of the gods, the top of the order faction. In this position, the position beside me is not like the position beside Hui. There is no glory and honor that the world thinks of. You can only obtain self-satisfaction. No matter what kind of self-satisfaction, there is also an inescapable responsibility accompanying it. Just like the feeling that your body gives you, the ignorant will think that it is a blessing. They will think that it is a special proof, but no one really knows that it is such a position that you are shouldering. It is not just because of the 5 elements body. However, it is useless to say more now. So, make your choice. Yun Nuoshing spread out his hands. Take 1 step forward, and you will be at the top of the clouds. From today onwards, you will come into contact with everything that you have never been able to come into contact with before. Retreating is also a kind of courage. No one will blame you for this, and it will not affect your life. You will return to your carefree world and compete for your own life. Siyu clenched her jade-like hands. She was surprised to hear these words. She did not expect this big shot to be as easy to talk to as Senior Gu said. He was so nice that she did not expect him to be. She closed her eyes and pondered for a long time. Then, she opened her eyes and parted her red lips. An hour later, after discussing with Yun Nuoshing some arrangements for the next few days, Gu Hong got up and left. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The realm of the gods. It was not peaceful for long. And now there was trouble. Oh, no, the realm of the gods had never been peaceful. It was better to say that there was always trouble. Then, Lord Feng, this one will take his leave first. In 5 days, I will prepare everything and respectfully await your arrival. After Gu Hong finished speaking, he slipped to Siyu's side and whispered to her, "Since you've already chosen your own path, you must prepare yourself mentally. Don't worry, Sir Feng has plenty of time for you to prepare. You'll have tens of thousands of years, or even tens of millions of years to prepare yourself. Don't be fooled by Sir Feng's appearance. He's very easy to talk to. You'll understand once you get to know him better. Also, if you have something in your heart, don't hold it in. It's fine even if you occasionally find him to act spoiled. To be honest, he'll entrust you to Sir Feng, but he might not necessarily treat himself as a strict teacher." Cough. Siyu nodded seriously. After pondering for a moment, she could not help but ask, "Senior Gu, did I make the right choice? From what you said just now, the 5 elements body, there is no absolute right or wrong in this world. There is only suitable or unsuitable, fast or slow. You will be able to take fewer detours if you follow Lord Feng, but there are many things that you will have to experience. Those are unchangeable truths. The future, if there is a future, we will all wait for you in the distant future." Siyu's body stiffened slightly. The distant future. Until the distant future. Will there be such a day? Senior Gu did not answer her. He had something to do, so he left in a hurry after saying that. Siyu was in a daze. She left the place she was familiar with and left the familiar daily life. All of a sudden, the world turned upside down. She did not know what to do. When she returned to the stone table by the lakeside in a daze, she saw Yun Nuoshing and the little angel playing chess again. The latter was in the same situation as when she first came in. She was forced to sweat profusely and stared at Yun Nuoshing gloomily. Siyu swayed a little uneasily. She stood 1/2 meter behind Yun Nuoshing and stared blankly at them playing chess. She did not know what to do. After killing the little angel, again, Yun Nuoshing comforted the teary-eyed little angel. He then turned his head and smiled at Siyu. Be natural. You don't have to be so nervous. Sit down first and get used to the sudden change. Siyu was stunned for a moment. Noticing his smile, she was even more stunned. Just now, she talked to Senior Gu for a long time with a serious face. Now that she saw him smile, she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Yun Nuoshing saw that she couldn't move her legs for a long time. He shook his head helplessly and reached out to grab her wrist. He pulled her to the side and pressed her down on the stone bench with both hands. What you need to do is to relax. Relax a little. I'm not your teacher. I'm not your master. I'm just a passerby who you've just met for an hour or two. Well, we can barely be considered friends. Siyu was even more stunned. She subconsciously said, What should I do? Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while. He changed his position and placed the chessboard between him and her. How about we play a game of chess first? Siyu was stunned.